And hello, everyone. How's everyone doing tonight? Thank you, Lady Diva, for being the first in the room. I'm gonna give some more people, a little bit more time to um, to get into the room. Y'all know I got a little bit of some tea tonight. We're gonna chat it up, but I got some tea, some fresh tea at that. How about that? It's fresh tea. Uh, hey, love, Air 10. Hello there. Yeah, I got some fresh tea tonight. And I'm going to tell y'all exactly how I got it. I'm going to tell y'all exactly how I got it with this Shundale situation and Shundale and Straight Drop and Shundale situation. Um, hello there, Side Productions. Y'all got y'all stuff? Okay, I got some fresh tea tonight. I got some fresh tea. I normally have to get on at 9:45 because I was out on a case tonight, and I kind of set my times, schedule for late to make sure because when I'm on cases, I don't ever know what might happen, as far as going over and stuff. So I try to make sure when I looked at the clock, I was like, and I had talked to somebody while I was sitting there. I was like, oh, I got some fresh tea tonight. I got to make sure I get in and tell them, hey, Lady Diva, I really appreciate y'all too for coming in, for being interested. And I always want to get accurate information. Because I know what misinformation would do. And I know that everybody is extremely interested in the Young Dolls case. And, I think I can speak for all the Memphians that love, Dolph. We really appreciate how all of these, you look at all these YouTube bloggers and stuff, how they really been riding for Dolph outside of Memphis. Like it's just out of this world. Okay, now let me get into the tea. So today, when I was sitting on a case, out on my case, and you know, I um I thought about it. I was like, dog, Shundale. Now, I'll get back to Shundale and the situation because I talked to somebody earlier this morning too over there at the sheriff's office. And then I thought about when I was sitting out on my case, I was like, okay, because y'all know I mentioned the other half of my family lives in Indiana. So then I was like, one of my uncles was a police chief. He's retired now over in Anderson, Indiana. And then my cousin is now a police officer that just made some rank in Indianapolis. So I was sitting there, I was like, let me call my cousin because I'm really interested in this Shundale situation, right? So when I was talking to him, and I actually called him to ask him about, because I know all those police departments around Indiana, they communicate with each other, you know. And so I called him and I asked, just to ask him about, who dropped the ball. And he was in shock. He was like, they let him out? I was like, yes, they let him out. So, yeah, I get all the tea. I get all the tea. And I try to be tasteful with it because my friends work over there and they're doing investigations and stuff. I would never want to mess up their investigations. But tea that I can tell, I'll tell. So I talked to my cousin, and when I was talking to my cousin, he was just in shock. He was like, oh my God. He was like, they was caught. This is what he said happened. And I didn't expect this tea when I was telling him about it. He said, "Yeah, they was caught over on Highway 70." He said because the Indianapolis Police Department they did get I forgot what it's called when the marshal sent out something. My cousin hooked me up too because Monday I'm called. He gave me the direct number to somebody to call that's going to tell me some more stuff, right? And so he was like, they was caught on Highway 70. I said, okay. He said, yeah. He said it was caught in Brazil, Indiana. He said that is a small little city in Indiana that really ain't no black people in. He said what's so interesting in, he said they had been watching them. They got a drop that they was at a hotel right there off of 70 somewhere. I said, okay. And he said, yeah. He said, so the marshals waited when they got the drop. And when they went up the street to the I guess that was the truck stop and gas station, that's when they was got. They split them up, and when they split them up, they got each of them to talk a little bit. He said what's so weird about it is with Highway 70, it because that's like Brazil is over there by that's Clay County. That's over there by Terre Haute. I had an aunt who had well no, we go through Terre Haute when we're going to visit them actually in Indiana. We go through Terre Haute. And he said what's so interesting is when they split them up and when they talked to them, one said that they was on their way into Kansas City. The other one said that they was into on their way to St. Louis. He said so from what he was, from what he said from what I they told me to gather that they kind of was not telling the truth on that. He said but one appeared to start to cooperating immediately. Used to stop at Love's Travel. Yeah. So when I asked him, I said, well, we call him Boo. Who like I said, who dropped the ball at the sheriff's office? He said, you mean to tell me I mean, he was just kind of blown away. So let me go back. This morning, I was talking to one of my friends at the, that works over there. I asked him, like I said, my friend is very, um, he ain't got no reason to tell no stories. I'm just gonna tell you that now. He said that is something that he said honestly they dropped the ball in Indiana. He said they actually dropped the ball in Indiana. Now I thought about what my cousin was telling me tonight. He said, when he said that he said it is a very small little jail, that they had him in. And he said there really aren't any black people in that town. So I guess, if you think about it, if it's that small, they probably, the thing I do know about small towns and stuff like that, they don't get a whole lot of murder cases and things of that nature. They don't really, and they don't know a whole lot either. You just be surprised. But like I said, he said that one said they was on their way into St. Louis. The other one said they was on their way to Kansas. I was like, wow, that is extremely interesting for them to be in that small town. And like I said, I don't know. Now, he didn't tell me who gave the drop because I don't know if he knew, but he said they had already gotten the drop. The marshals did, that they was at the hotel and waited on them to come out of the hotel, and they got them when they stopped up at that. Um, I guess it was a gas station truck stop. So it would appear to me, and my cousin did not say this, that maybe they was in there with some more people and they wanted maybe to wait until the coast was clear because they knew they was in that hotel, okay, right there off of Highway 70. And also, when I was talking to my friend earlier, like I said, I had told you all that as far as Straight Drop is concerned, Straight Drop is in protective custody. My friend told me they've amped up security so tight on Straight Drop. I told y'all he was down there he was in the cells down there, the protective cells, um, down by the that's around the gang. People who have been to jail in Memphis, they know what I'm talking about. Well, he said they've amped up security so tight on Straight Drop. He said, like, the regular corrections officers cannot even go in the area that he's in. They can't even see him. The only people that's able to get to Straight Drop is special ops. That's why when y'all see him in jail, when y'all see him in court, y'all see those officers, those DRT officers in that black. They wear special. Hey, boo. They wear special. My girl just came in here. Danette. They wear. Okay, so special ops always wear black. The gang unit and DRT. So that's why you see them standing behind him like that. Those are the only officers that are able. Those are the officers, because my friend works in special ops. Those are the only officers that is able to be around Straight Drop and Cornelius. Okay. So like I told y'all before, now I keep trying to tell y'all, he is not he's not integrated at all. And the mere fact that they've amped up security even more, he was like, none of the regular officers, just the plain old correction officers with the green on, they can't go near him. The only people that can go near Straight Drop are special ops. That's who you see him with in court, and the chiefs, and maybe some investigators when they have to come into the jail for some questioning. So I had to get on here. I was like, oh my goodness. So it leaves me, like I said, now I'm wondering on who really, um, I wonder okay, you doing hair. Okay. I wonder who really gave the drop in my spirit. And I will always say this. I'll know though, because my cousin hooked me up tonight. I'm going to know who. But I would never. Okay, so no, but I would never give a name on who gave the drop. Y'all know I ain't tacking now. But I'll know a little bit more because my cousin gave me a direct number to a person that was out there. Praise the Lord. But anyways, tell me what y'all think. In my spirit, I feel like Shundale. I feel like Shundale probably, and this is just my opinion, I think he probably had in his mind that he might was going to double cross Straight Drop. I don't know. I think he started to get scared or whatever. But I believe whoever I believe that Shundale was the one that dropped the location. I truly believe it. I truly believe it, unless they was in that hotel with some women and they dropped the location. But what's so funny is they said when they split them up, one said they was on their way to Kansas, the other said they was on their way to St. Louis. So y'all tell me what y'all think. Like I said, even when I talked to somebody on Monday, let's see, makes sense. Air 10 said, I haven't been following the case. I have to catch up. Makes sense. What's up, chick? Okay, she's listening. She's doing hair. Who called the hit? I don't know. Shirley James. I could never. I would never say. I don't know. I think what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to wait for the FBI to tell us who called the hit. I think we're gonna have to wait for the FBI to to let us know who called the hit. But it was interesting. My friend said something that was really interesting today. He said, I think these people, I think a lot of these criminals think that they are going to put so much fear in people that they think they're going to take over the streets. He said, and the authorities, especially the FBI, have decided they're going to show them that they don't run the streets, these criminals. So that case is, I think I told y'all some time ago, this case is just getting started. I think that's why I did, last night when because I have to meditate and pray before I get on here to keep any evil spirits away so that I can come and be balanced when I give out information. And so, um, last night I was going to do I had another topic. And at the last minute, I was like, let me do something on pre. Because for some reason, I think these young men need to seize the moment. I think they need to seize the moment and go on and get out there because, and like do a tour together. Because with Dolph's case, because I truly believe with what's going on. See, what y'all don't know is Dolph's situation has opened up a can of worms on a whole nother level. That's why I say I believe his spirit is around here and he handling some things in the spiritual realm. And I'm not. See, I'm not just saying that to say it. When they did that opened up a can of worms on a whole nother level. See people being arrested and they go, well, maybe the police just messing with them because, and there are people probably being arrested that y'all would never even know that might be connected to this case, constantly being arrested. They're just not in the news because people have not tapped into them. These boys and people that y'all don't even know are so silly. They have been able to probably tap into stuff on a whole nother level. That's why I was saying when I was saying last night, y'all don't need to worry about about justice for Dolph because Dolph getting his justice. Dolph is tearing some stuff up in the spiritual realm. They might as well have they gonna wish they had just left him alone. And I'm gonna tell you that right now. Let's see, it could be all of them talking. Interesting. If he is in protective custody, he got to be talking. He was in protective custody all the time, but they just amped it up even more. Like the regular. See, a lot of people was thinking that he had gotten beat up. One thing I know about the sheriff's office because I was working there, and I thought that it was so unfair. You have a lot of people that come into with especially with the officers. They are stressed out, okay? Especially when they're around these criminals all the time. They cannot go out until they go home. It's stressful. When those bars close, you work inside of that jail, you're really locked up also, okay? And the one thing I know about the sheriff's office, they will fire a officer in a minute because they are afraid of lawsuits. That's why I could tell you, I ain't know when they say ain't nobody mess with him, ain't nobody mess with him. Ain't nobody mess with him because all eyes are on Straight Drop. Okay, all eyes are on him. He will be the last person that they mess with, and that's why when he comes out, all movement has to stop. And when he told me today, special ops is manning him 100%. Regular officers that are not in special ops in the jail, they can't go near him. They got him in an area that only the chiefs and special ops can go in. A regular CO officer in the green better not be caught around him. So I said, oh, okay, they've really amped up security for him. Somebody had to say Mr. Shundale was a shooter. When I talked to my little cousin today, he worked over there I told you he works for Indianapolis. And he was really in shock. Like he was really in shock. They have not gotten any notifications on a fugitive is out, be on the lookout. See, they're supposed to get memos to come across the fax machine. They ain't even got that. Because especially in the state of Indiana, every police department is supposed to be on the lookout for Shundale because that's where he left from, right? So as they're supposed to have their officers are supposed to have a picture of him somewhere in the car. Yeah, that is a weak excuse. It's very weak. They're supposed to do their job and hold that man. I can't understand, and I'm not, saying that he was, they said he dropped the ball, they dropped it. But I can't understand why the sheriff's office would even wait 10 days to go get Shundale. Like a person with his, even because he was connected to, he could have had possibly had information. So I've never known the sheriff's office to let somebody that is affiliated or could be connected to a murder case like Shundale was to stay at another facility for longer than 2 or 3 days. They hurry up and go get them so they can get them back to the jail. So, like I said, if they say they dropped the ball, that's fine. But I just think that it's weird. I don't know. Like I said, and I can't tell what position my cousin has because if I told it, people would figure it out, and I'm not getting ready to do that. But they ain't received nothing. And he's at the police department right there in the state of Indiana. He ain't gave out nothing to their officers. This is a fugitive. Maybe Shundale is talking since he was supposedly accidentally released. So from this point, and people can say what they want, and they may have, but I'm gonna always say he was released allegedly. It's allegedly to me. Inside job, maybe. I thought he lived in Texas. Now, when I looked at Shundale's history, I saw where he had lived mostly in Irving, Texas. Now, and Dallas. I don't know if that's the DFW area, but he had quite a few address, mostly in Irving, Texas. I don't know if that's. I guess it's got to be around the Dallas area. I don't know. Um, and he had some addresses in Virginia. He had lived in two different um he had lived in two different cities in Virginia. He only lived in Memphis for 1 year in 2019. He only lived in Memphis for 1 year. Or he could be in protective custody. He could be. It's just the system isn't dumb. How you get out after the state and federal check, then get charged with Justin Johnson. Oh, you know what's funny? I'm right here in Memphis, and I have not, and maybe I've been missing it. I ain't been hearing about him, on the news anymore. I haven't. Okay, so Irving is Fort Worth. So Irving is Fort Worth. Okay, because I know the majority of his addresses was in Irving. He only lived in Memphis for 1 year, and it says 2019. So that was some time back, right? For those of you all that are just coming into the room, please like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, if you would like to support the channel, that would be greatly appreciated. I am going to drop the link. Y'all already know I'm get back on here, right? Even come Monday, because I got the number to somebody. Y'all know I'm before y'all say anything. I don't. He's not. I wouldn't even want him to tell me who. Um, he's not. He probably wouldn't tell me, and I don't want him to tell me who dropped the location. I wouldn't even want that. I'm from Indiana. That man's supposed to broke out. They're not telling that because they don't want to get fired. Wow. What part of Indiana are you from? Okay, you are. I just put the link. Clark says he's from Indiana. He said, I'm from Indiana. That man's supposed to broke out. They're not telling that because they don't want to get fired. That's what he says. Hmm. That's why I say it's strange. But yet and still, if he broke out, there would be a memo sent out, especially to every police department around Indiana. I- If I'm not mistaken, Indianapolis is the biggest city in Indiana. If I'm not mistaken, got the biggest police department. If I'm not mistaken, wouldn't Boonham have gotten that? When they have gotten a memo so that they can have their officers to be a bolo, they would have gotten a bolo, especially if he broke out. It would have been on every channel. They would have had to. In the state of Indiana, they know where he is. Air 10 says they know where he is. If you notice, Empire record artist came up killed. I've heard a lot of people say that. I've dropped the link. Y'all tell me. I want to hear what y'all think. I'm gonna have some more information on Monday. A whole lot more. But y'all tell me what y'all think. I want to know what y'all think. I like I said, I know people want Straight Drop to be beat up. I know they do because people are mad about about what he did to Young Dolph allegedly. But I wonder what is the reason. My friend and tell me that they've amped up more. Why do y'all think they've amped up more security for a Straight Drop that only special ops can get to him and no regular corrections officer or jailer is allowed to even go in his area? He's off in an area. He's nowhere near the pods. I know that area. It is very isolated down there by the gang unit. It is very isolated, that those pods. But only the chiefs and special ops and the FBI and the investigators that are working this case can go in that area. And they would have to get approval from the chief to come into the jail. Okay, let me read some of y'all comments. If you notice, Empire Records came up here. Empire Records more Pop Smoke. Yeah, I think he's in protective custody because he's talking. MO3 Pop Smoke Dolph all killed. I feel like Straight Drop got mad because Dolph ain't signed him and took him out. He's selfish. Okay. That could have been, but from what my understanding, they had been falling out. You know, um, you know, they had been falling out. What made him decide, you know, if they had been falling out, what made him decide in November that he was going to commit this crime allegedly? What happened? Something happened to there was a reason. I keep saying, I don't know why I keep saying it. I just have to put that out there. I don't know who tried to kill young Dolph before. I don't. He didn't tell. I'm sure he knew, but he didn't tell. But whoever that was, and I don't know who it was, but I think I keep telling y'all to listen to me now. Whatever happened in November, it's not going to be that far from that. People come up with a lot of elaborate, thinking when sometimes things are simple. It really is, um, it is very simple. It's not going to, and this is my opinion. Maybe I just want to make it simple. I'll say that I want to make it simple, in my opinion, but it's not going to be that far from that. Whatever that was, and I don't know who it was. He is in that area for his own safety. I think Dolph's case is like MO3 case. I keep saying I'm gonna go read about the MO3 case. I've heard several people cover that case. I was told Empire Records give that artist They masters, but Empire Records have big insurance policies on their artists. Oh, maybe the FBI has zoned into that. I don't know if that's true. We hope so, right? Um, yes, look into MO3. Yeah, I'm gonna look at MO3's because see, if I'm not mistaken, MO3 I hear was from Fort Worth or somewhere. So, because I hear the young lady speak, she's always speaking about his case. Miss Lowdown. She's always speaking about the MO3 case. So I actually just happened to click on one of her videos one day and I saw, and to hear about that. And like I said, it captured my attention because she was saying that that case was similar to that case and the Dobbs case had a lot of similarities. And if you think about it, I guess, Shundale is from I guess I saw Irving, Texas. I did see where he had some addresses in Dallas, but he's mostly lived in Irving. But maybe Irving is Dallas. I don't know. Whenever there's a high profile case, they keep the defendant safe until trial. Yeah, they will. That's true. I don't think anger at Dolph was the reason, but it might have been a factor in Straight Drop doing it for so little. Hmm. Look that up if you don't believe me. MO3 is from Dallas. Yes, Irvin is in Dallas. Okay, so Irvin is in Dallas. Miss Slowdown told me to subscribe to you. Oh, I sure appreciate that so much. For those of you that are just coming into the room, I would like for you all to like the video. Please subscribe to the channel if you have not. Also, if you would like to support the channel, you can definitely do that. Now, I want to hear what you all got to say. I couldn't get past, my cousin told me that they had two different stories. One said they was on their way into Kansas. The other said St. Louis. Where y'all think they was going? Where y'all think they was going? I find it weird. They both could have been telling stories. Um, but it's weird that they would be in Brazil, Indiana, back there. Um, something made them go that route. Something made them go that route because they could have went anywhere. Tell me what y'all think. I'm dropping the link again, and if you would like to, you can definitely click the link and come up to the chat. But I was like, I got some tea, to some fresh tea. Like I said, they got the drop that they was in a hotel. They sat there and watched them until they came out of the hotel. And so it leads me to believe that maybe somebody was in there with them and they didn't want to I don't know though. Maybe you think about a hotel. I'm sure they was armed. There are people that are at hotels, you know, um they didn't want it to be a gun battle or something. Maybe they wanted to wait until they got away from the hotel, so that if it was a gun battle, no stray bullets would have hit anybody in the hotels. They thought they was going to meet someone to get the rest of their pay. But the people then show up. Okay. All right. Y'all tell me what y'all think. Like I said, I don't it makes you wonder who would be in Kansas City. I do know that St. Louis is a very popular, it's kind of a popular city. So, you know, maybe they did, but I think if they wanted to hide out, because you don't hear a lot about people going to Kansas City. If they wanted to really hide out, maybe Kansas would have been, I don't well, I got some family in Kansas City too. But you don't really hear a whole lot about people, moving or just going to visit a whole lot in Kansas. Maybe, Kansas would have been a better hideout. I don't know. I don't know. But it's weird that they had two different stories of where they was going, because they split them up. Maybe they didn't think they would get caught. I don't know. I always say I feel like, for some reason, I feel like Shundale dropped that location. I just feel like he did. He looked guilty when they got him, and then all of a sudden now he's missing. I could be wrong, but I just kind of think he's underground. But I stand to be corrected. Hello, Miss Slowdown sent me to your content. Has been very factual. So I subscribe. Thank you, love. I appreciate her sending people over here. And thank you for subscribing. They went to hide out. The grass is tall, so they said on in live. Yeah. Yeah, so it's gonna be interesting. And like I said, when I was talking to my friend earlier, I'm going, as a matter of fact, I'm probably, what time is, I'll call him tonight. Because I want to finish talking about why Straight Drop none of the other officers in the jail, other than those, and those officers that y'all see in the courtroom in the black, that is special ops in the jail, can be around him. Yep, agree. Underground. Do they think if they shot up the cookie shop from the outside, more glass? Oh, y'all tickles me with that cookie shop. Let me see. Do y'all think if they shot up the cookie shop from the outside, more glass would be broken? It's only the bottom half shot out, and Dolph's body moved towards the window. Doesn't make sense. Yeah, you know what? I have to be honest with that. The mere fact that only the bottom part um was shot out, it it could seem weird, but on the other hand, who's to say that Dolph did not see them at the last minute? They looked up and saw them, as Colt figure said, them bushwhackers um coming. And when he saw them, this is what would make sense to me. He hit the floor. Because if you notice, one of them that had the gun, the thing, what was that? The chopper in his hand. They used to call them choppers, the Draco in his hand. He stood up on his tiptoes to make sure he shot him. Who's to say they didn't see them at the last minute and hit the floor? And that's why they started shooting down. I know a lot of people want to blame the cookie shop, but I just don't. Maybe I don't have the evidence yet. It's just not sufficient enough for me to just blame them. And like I always said, I never said that somebody in the cookie shop wasn't involved. I just said, as far as I know, um, I don't have enough. The evidence isn't sufficient enough. They haven't released enough for me to be accusatory as it relates to them. Because from what I was hearing, people was saying that they was suspicious because they was not releasing the tape to the public. Raven them could never release that tape to the public, not unless they want to go do some Fed time. And somebody commented today on my post and said, well, we're not in the age of VCRs. I screamed, I laughed, so I hollered. We're not in the age of VCRs no more. So they can't retrieve information. They couldn't just get the information right away. Don't you know that we're in the age where they can receive data um, instantly? And here's another thing, a lot of people were saying that they think that if they manipulated, and I'm not saying that they did, if they manipulated anything, they knew anybody at the ADT or whoever it was, that was monitoring their stuff, and they manipulated anything, it wouldn't do them no good. Because this ain't nothing nobody told me. This is something I know. I had a cold case that I was working, And I had to go and look at a video. And I do know with video cameras, when stores and stuff have video cameras, after so many days, it will delete itself because the hard drive fills up or something. I have a friend that works over at TBI. So I know that if anything was deleted, they have equipment that can go and retrieve that data. So this ain't nothing nobody told me. This is something I know. So if anything was manipulated or deleted, it can be retrieved. And I keep telling y'all, the FBI been involved in this thing since 3 days after. So if they're not going to be able to get away with it, if they was, I know that people love Dolph, but y'all, the wheels of justice is turning, and we just have to let it turn. And it's spinning fast too. I promise to God it is. Okay, let me read y'all's comments. The puppet master, you will never let you know, because believe, I hate to say this, but watch the ending. What you think gonna happen in the ending, Dwayne? Because she on the lowdown. Sorry, I had to. Oh, yeah, don't y'all stop. Don't be mean. I believe Shundale sent that drop. I believe it too. I do. They're snitching. Other than that, won't nobody come up on the panel. I see. I know I've dropped the link. Whoever wants to come up here, you all can come up here. I want to know what y'all think. I do. I want to know what y'all think. Come up here on the panel and tell me what y'all think. Do y'all think they was going into St. Louis, or do you think they was going into Kansas? And what do y'all think about them amping up security on Straight Drop? I want to know what y'all think. Watch the ending. Something crazy is going to happen. I know what's going to happen. Self-preservation is going to kick in. I'm going to tell you that now. Miss Lowdown talk very highly of you. I'm from Memphis. Okay. Memphis. We got to raise the roof. I'd be so happy. There's another young man that I was looking at today. He's from Memphis. Before he ever even said he was from Memphis, I knew he was from Memphis. His name is Play Rico or something. Play Rico. When I heard his accent, I said he's show from. But before he said it, I knew it. I said he from Memphis because I know the accent of the men. Yep. Let's see. If it was the cookie shop, it would have been seen on the inside video by the police. Absolutely. And even if they tried to delete anything, you guys, like I said, the FBI can go back and retrieve that. They can. I never would have known that. I never would have known that if I had not been working on. And as a matter of fact, I know that they can. So it would not have done. The only thing, if that happened, because I've seen people say they think that they deleted something and they knew somebody that was, at the ADT or whatever. So if that happened, and I don't know if that happened, but if it happened, the only thing that did would have done was heightened the suspicion as far as the police. That's the only thing that would have done, because and then whomever worked for ADT, that's a criminal act. You don't go and delete nothing. I don't care if they are friends. Now you have committed a criminal act. And this is a murder investigation. So I don't think nobody else is, especially these people got families and stuff. They're not getting ready to delete nothing because it wouldn't do them any good. It would not do them any good at all. Doc was ambushed. Yeah, I truly think that when the reason they were shooting down, and I'm not saying nothing happened, because it could have been, I don't think nobody, I don't know if I heard this on social media, so I hate to say it. I don't know if somebody said somebody had some dreads or something. I don't know. I probably heard it looking at all these videos. It had to have been. But now, if somebody was in that cookie shop, you guys, they're gonna get got. Um, the wheels of justice is turning. I'm not saying, because I know a lot of people. Somebody said you act like you know Raven. I don't know Raven. I don't know her. I've been in their cookie shop a couple times because I like butter cookies. They taste like the cookies we used to get when we was in the kindergarten at Norris Elementary. We used to love the butter cookies, but I don't know them. I just said that I cannot accuse them of anything because based on what people were saying, um, I already knew people was kind of, I already knew that they could not give out the right information. I don't know if she's doing it behind the scenes. I don't even know if Raven was in there. I'm sure the young lady that was up there um, has talked to the police. And here's another thing. The young Raven said the young lady that was at the cash register was 23 years old, you guys. You think about it. Straight dropping them are 23 years old. That girl had just started there. So she was new. If Dolph called and she knew Dolph, she was a Dolph fan, she may have been in all these kids around this age, around that age. They hang out in the same places in Memphis. It's not that many places. She could have easily said something, talked to somebody because they're always constantly texting and posting on their phones. Maybe she got starstruck and could have innocently said something to somebody. I don't know. But if anybody in that cookie shop was involved in conspiring to set Dolph up, it's people, it's they're gonna go down, you know. So at this point, I can't say that she was involved. The only thing that I can say is I think for her safety, because I know she's been trying to um I think that she's been trying to clear her family's name and stuff. I truly don't believe she was there, and I don't think she, because in a person that okay, Big Brother is always watching, yeah, real time, and they can see the activity. Absolutely, I was telling you all, I cannot understand why every case in America isn't solved because with the advanced technology that the government has that we would never even know about. That's why you know y'all would be so surprised. I was saying this, and it's only because, like I said, I was trained when I got into PR work by a FBI agent who was retired. And if you think about it, like the government has, I can't even remember what it's called. When the government has equipment, whereas they can see through your house, a brick house, and they can see the activity. You know, it's something. That's why I don't know why people play on computers and stuff. And then they'll say, "Well, I blocked my IP address." Nothing is ever gonna come out, y'all. And I'm putting y'all up on some game. They are never gonna approve for anything to come out that cannot be mastered first by, like if you get a computer and let's say you get a fake IP address like that person did that tried to threaten me the other day. They're gonna already have something where you got a fake IP address, you think you could threaten people. The government is gonna already have something before they even introduce that to us where they can figure out and ping your location, even with a fake IP address. The regular person might not be able to do it, but they will. You think the government is gonna let the citizens and they think that we're the peons have something to outsmart them? That's why I can't understand people. Hey, Sherelle. What do you mean he's missing? Like he's out of jail and cannot be found? Yeah, that's what they say. They say he out of jail and can't be found. That's allegedly. I'm gonna always say allegedly until there is something more concrete. When I talked to my little cousin today, I call him my little cousin because he's a few years younger than me. And I know what his position is over there at I guess it's IPD. and he was in shock. And he ain't had no reason, with all the information my cousin gave me, he ain't had no reason to act a certain way. He said he's out. We ain't got nothing. They didn't send out no bolo, especially in the state of Indiana. I don't know though. I don't know. It's so he's out of the he's somehow they mistakenly let him out allegedly. I'm feeling like I'm behind on this case. Yeah. This is such a sad situation. It was nothing but jealousy all day. Dolph was the king. Yeah. I feel the same way. It was jealousy. From whoever. I don't know who it was, but it was definitely jealousy. On a whole nother level. And some young men was sent out. Some young men was paid. That's all I know. Memphis in the house. Hey, Memphis. Let me give you a star. Memphis in the house. Memphis out here for Dolph. I appreciate that. I appreciate everybody that's been riding for Dolph. Who said I will burn him out on the I don't know. Some people said that somebody had said that they would burn him out. I don't know if it was on Instagram or Twitter or what. I don't know if it was real, but I do know when people say stuff like that, that can be considered witness tampering and witness intimidation. If there's a fugitive, that's criminal. If there's a fugitive, and okay, let me leave that alone. Your name is Tamara too. Okay. It's funny because my name is, my mother called me Tamara, my dad calls me Tamara. So I answered to both of them. I don't believe the cookie shop had anything to do with the murder. Doc was loyal, a customer. What would be the reason they would want him killed? You know what? I noticed when Doc was on, I think his what's the word that I'm looking for? I think he was a little security conscious at first, maybe, because oftentimes, and because we was taught in the academy to always back in. That's so you can always get out of a situation easily. And he had that truck back then. It don't mean anything when he was there on the video. That's the first thing that I noticed. It don't mean anything. It could have meant that he didn't. I don't know. Let me leave. Okay. Let me see. I think he has hit soon as the door slammed. You think he was hit soon as the door slammed? Okay. That's possible. But that means he you think they locked him in and hit him? Dwayne Carter. Oh, you went to Norris. I stayed in the office getting licks. Yes, I did. I was good when I was at Norris. Yeah, I went to Norris Elementary when Mr. Lashley was over there. Sherelle Money. On those IG lives, you can also see police walking and driving through the crime scene. The parking lot where all this took place is so small you can't even see shell casings on the steel picks. Okay. I tell you. Money. You got it. Why would he say something like that? Absolutely. Why would he say something like that? I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if it was real, but I don't know why he would say something like that. And I always maintain this also. I don't know anything about I don't okay, how can I put it? Because y'all know I have to walk on a tightrope because um okay, so if you think about with Dolph, okay, so maybe a day or two before Dolph was hit, you had a rapper online with money all on top of his head, you know. Um, it's going to be interesting because they're on top of their jobs when they tie up all the loose ends, you know. It's still it's just going to be interesting with everybody that's tied into this. But it was all, I think, with Dolph. That's why I say, y'all, I just believe that Dolph is on top of walking around here as what's the young lady name that I be looking at sometimes? Because when I look at somebody, um, what's her? I can't think of her name. She was talking about Dolph's revenge. Dolph is getting his revenge. I'm telling you, he is, because and not only will you, I think, I think we're probably going to be surprised with all the stuff that all the cans of worms that was opened up, with the people that was connected in this. When all of this is finished, they should have just left him alone. They should just let that man live and be great and be with his family. They gonna wish they had. She can't clear no one name. Are you talking about Raven? I love Miss Brown at Nards. I remember Miss Brown. Oh my God. Out. Have a great. Okay. Talk to you later, love. It's a little hut. Um, he his plug. I get. Oh Lord. Government is using satellite now. New Haven checking in. Hey, New Haven, Connecticut. Let me give you a star, Jerry. Big Juke sent. Oh, okay. Big Juke sent them on behalf of Gotti. Mhm. Um, that was a fake account. Okay, so it was a fake account. Okay, so it was a fake account. GB901 here. It came from the inside. Bullet casings are going down as if he was already dead when the white Benz pulled up to finish it off. Hmm. So y'all really think that he was hit from the inside? Who would have been in the inside to hit him? Y'all tell me that. I'm in Memphis. Okay, Miss Cowler. You're in Memphis. Okay. Let me give you a star. Oh, okay, so God said it on his IG. Somebody else said it was fake. And then he fell off IG. Didn't he have a lawyer? Didn't he have a lawyer of another rapper from Memphis until the day? Said he wasn't going to turn himself in. You know what? Just in my opinion, I don't think it had anything to, because if a lawyer gonna represent you, they're gonna represent you whether you turn yourself in or not. I don't know why he's not representing him, but I don't think it had anything to do with him not turning himself in. And then he fell off IG, all the platforms. Yes, she said a buzzer was added to the door. Well, I think that buzzer was always there. And I'm going to tell y'all something. The reason I think that buzzer was always there, because I've gone to that cookie shop. And at that cookie shop, I do believe I had to be buzzed in. I do believe that. And I didn't go to that cookie shop often, but I think because the mother would be sitting from behind the counter, and the counter was kind of, and see, you would have to be in that cookie shop too, because I do believe, when I think about it now, that, thank you, Danae, for the Cash App. I really appreciate that. When I think about it now, let me send you a heart. when I think about it now, the counter was up kind of high because they had a good banana pudding too. I ain't gonna tell no stories now. And sometimes when you go, it's right there off of the expressway. You just get on off, especially if you wanted some old school cookies, and go in there. I didn't go in there often, but I have been in there. They got one downtown too, Butterific. They have the same things. I don't know what that is. Mob Wilson, son of Anita Wilson, has ties to CMG. Someone also pulled up records of a drug bust that happened a few years back in which Anita Wilson was arrested in the same bust as Moneybag Yo. Oh, you said Moneybag. Okay. Gotti rolled with big vice lords who heavy in the pen in Tennessee. Straight Drop can't snitch. That's a murder when he go to West High or Riverbend. Well, if he decides that he wants to um, uh, say something, he can. It can be in the agreement that they send him to a jail somewhere, where way somewhere else. He ain't necessarily got to go up there. If he knows, his lawyer knows how to work deals. I keep telling you, I keep saying it, like, Straight Drop has a lawyer that believes in self-preservation, but he understands, he's one of the best at making deals. People think he's a public defender. He's not. He's a private attorney that was he has contracts with the government. So when the PD's office is overloaded in cases, they outsource the work um, um, another attorney that has a private practice. He's a court appointed attorney. That only means that he's a private attorney with a contract with the government. That when the PD's office is overloaded in cases, and we all know that all these Negroes in Memphis committing crime ain't got a dime. So I'm sure they is really overloaded. And that might be a good thing for Straight Drop. Then again, they might be being strategic too. They might have gave him who they know has been good at getting his clients to preserve themselves. I don't know. He didn't say he didn't put it up on the ground. Oh, he didn't say that? Okay. So that means they would have to open door for you to leave out. Raven said that. Me on Skull Live. Yeah. Well, no. I don't know if that, you know what? I don't know if they open the door for me to leave out, because oftentimes when you have a buzzer, and I can understand why they have a buzzer, that counter is up pretty high. They don't, yeah. And then you think about the area that Raven and them are in. That is a high crime area. So I'm sure for some reason now, I guess because of the crime, they didn't want people just walking in and out of their shop. They didn't want people just walking in and out of their shop. So, I guess I can understand that. But I don't think, when people have to buzz you in, they don't when you leave out, because I know that, because I do know this. When you leave out, you can just leave. You don't have to be buzzed out. You don't have to be buzzed out in most of them. You just push the door open and get out. Yes, Soldier Girl, drop that bag. That's gonna be interesting, y'all. Like I said, in my opinion, he is not out of the red. It don't mean that he's not, but I just find it extremely weird that some young, now he could have, you would think, because he looked like, I don't mean a bit of harm, but he looked like he'd be stoned quite a bit because he drank that lean, right? But I think what blew everybody away, which is the reason I say he's not out of the red, in my opinion, and I ain't asking nobody, I'm just saying it, is when them young men them silly young men got on live and started, get Big Soldier on here. Get Big Soldier. That's how they were saying, get Big Soldier. That would have been one thing that, nobody ever would have even zoned in on that. But then what blew everybody away was when Big Soldier, a celebrity, got on the live with a bunch of little men, young men that nobody in Memphis even knows. As far as we know, they had just been trolling Dolph. Out of all the people, because if you look at Big Soldier's lives, I'm talking about Soldier Boy, if you look at his lives, he have a lot of people on his lives, right? He have a lot of people on his lives, y'all. So what would, out of all the people that be on his lives, a bunch of young trolls in Memphis, he that was talking about trolling young Dolph, talking, laughing at young Dolph, just trolling, because at that time that's all they was talking about to the internet. Everybody on YouTube and Instagram started shooting fire up under their ass, and then they started having nervous breakdowns. They did. They didn't think people was gonna come at them like that. They tore them up. But why would he do that? They could have just been trolls, but when he got on that live, that turned some things. That's why I say it's gonna be interesting when these folks finish. They tie up all the loose ends, and it goes back to what my friend said to me. That's working over there in homicides. When I said to him, everybody, you got everybody on the internet trying to solve the case. He said, baby, they ain't got to do that. We got this case solved. And I believe him. Hey, Rose Gold. You know what? That's who it was. That's who page I was on. Miss Rose Gold. Dolph's Revenge. Thank you for coming over here, Miss Rose Gold. Dwayne Carter, it's right before your face. I see it plain as day. Yeah, I keep telling y'all it's not going to be that far from whoever, and I don't know who was trying to kill him before. I don't. But whoever those people were, it ain't gonna be that far from that. I keep trying to tell y'all now. I know y'all be wanting me to just tell y'all everything, but I let a sister throw some hints out. Playing is right in sight. Don't know what happened, but I pray for justice for the humanitarian and that all the wicked people be exposed. Amen. We putting that in the atmosphere right now. We putting that in the atmosphere right now. And trust me, some prayers have been heard. I'm going to tell you that right now. They should have just left that boy alone. They going to be sitting thinking, we should have just left him alone. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Let me go on to the next person. Jerry Wright. Absolutely. Yes. Inside head shop cookie monster. I know a lot of people, like I said, a lot of people have their opinion about the cookie people. Like I said, I'm not saying that I don't know who they employed in that shop. I'm not saying that nobody in there had anything to do with it, but just based on what I know, I can't say that the owners had anything to do with it. That's all I'm saying. Okay, let me close my mouth and move to the next thing. Yes, ma'am, because he was close to the window. So y'all don't think maybe he happened to look up at the last minute? You know how you can look up at the last minute and see something and then you react and just dive? You see them with the guns and just dive or something? You don't really have a chance to do anything. Maybe you don't think maybe that's why they were shooting down low? D. Carter, yes. I thought they said they had been robbed before. Yeah, me too. They said they had been robbed before. So that could, like I said, that is a drug infested area with a lot of people that's on drugs in that area. And they hang around that gas station. They hang around That's that washer and machine place. Look at me, said the washer machine place. The laundromat, which was connected to the cookie shop. So when you're in a drug infested area and you've been robbed several times, like they I think allegedly, like they said, you would do that. Whereas you don't want people just walking into your place, because when they own their crack and stuff, they'll walk right in the daylight because they want to go get a hit and rob you, and walk right out and go back over across the street and get a hit and wait for the folks to come and get them. When they strung out like that, no, she said buzzer was placed after the break-in. Okay. You explained it to me about the behavior of Justin Johnson. You explained it to me about the behavior of Justin Johnson. I told you, and he said, my friend said it again today, and I didn't ask him that boy down there depressed. I keep trying to tell y'all now. And he said that he said that the regular COs, corrections officers and stuff can't come down there. He said, can't nobody go in the area that he's in other than special ops and the chiefs that works there. Of course, you know the sheriff because he's over the sheriff's office, the investigators that's on the case, and the FBI. And the jail, the way the jail works is, even if you work for MPD or whatever, you have to be searched and you have to get approval to come and walk into the jail if you don't work there. To even go and question somebody else. They're not going to bring Straight Drop outside of his cell for him to be seen, to go back over to anywhere to give a statement. That's why they got him locked away in another part of the jail also, because you wouldn't even be able to see. They come in through the salad port down there on the lower level to see him. And that's the area that he is in. That's the area that the gang unit is in, so that the agents or whoever, whatever happens, anybody from the outside that does not work in the jail can just walk straight through the salad port. Nobody would even know, other than those special ops that y'all see standing behind him in court, who he talked to, other than special ops and the sheriff and the chiefs. I'm from Memphis. Last year of April, you didn't have to be buzzed in or out, sis. Go listen to Skull. Okay. Okay, go listen to Skull. Okay. His name is Skoho. Skoho, okay. Yes, in Mason, Tennessee. Check this out. How powerful a Draco is and shots fired out. Ain't know why he would fall that close to the window. And his arm was out. Yeah. I think the reason, I don't know. I just, because even the sight of that, is with his arm hanging out that window, is terrible. I don't think he died instantly. It didn't take him long to pass, but I don't think he died instantly. Whew, Lord have mercy. Them folks was wrong, y'all. Don't get me started just talking about that, because I'll get mad and say too much. I get mad every time I think about what they did to that boy, y'all. I ain't gonna be able to stay on here all night, because I'll get mad, and I'm drinking a little wine. I'll get mad and act up. Not act up, but I'll get mad and start preaching. Sherry Wright, attorney at Straight Drop Lawyer. Yeah, Sherry Wright. And I think I had posted that. Sherry Wright was, I think her name was Sherry Wright. She was his attorney at first, okay? I don't know if she was a P. I think, yeah, she was appointed. She was court appointed. I think she was actually a public defender. I think, if it's not, I think she was. That's what I saw. And but when Ganguly relieved her of that. She was relieved by the judge. Gangula handling all that. That's what happened to Friend's son. They sent him to prison in another state. That man ain't worried about that. He can always go somewhere else. They could send him to Mobile, Alabama. Hey, Mobile, Alabama. Mobile, my show. We just bought time on Comcast down there in Mobile, Alabama. My TV show has been expanded to Alabama. So I'll be coming on Comcast Channel 3 down there starting in March. Right, I understand the security, sis. Yeah. What about the back door? I heard it was open. Yeah, I think I saw on here. I think it was on here where they said that um now I know I saw it on here. I don't think nobody else told me that somebody with dreads ran out the back door. I'm almost I can't really remember. I hate to repeat stuff and can't remember who told me. Um, maybe I'm gonna see. Maybe it was on YouTube that I saw that. Yeah, y'all, please get the likes up. For those of you that have just come into the room, please like and subscribe to the channel. Like the video, subscribe to the channel if you have not already subscribed to the channel. If you would like to support the channel, I would definitely appreciate that. So why you read red, make any comment, then say nothing bad, sis. So why you read, make my comment. What you talking about? I don't know what you mean. Why I read, make your comment bad. So why you read, make my comment, didn't say nothing bad, sis. I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know what you're talking about. Calvin's Mitchell. I don't think I did anything to your comment. Um, Sean McCrary says, yeah, Mitchell Cal was Mitchell. So why you read, make my comment? Didn't say nothing bad. Okay. I didn't think I did anything to your comment. Let me see. Sean McCray says MO3 is from McKinley, Texas. The line 35 minutes out of Dallas. My mom lives there. Facts. Okay. Rose Gold sent me here. Hey Rose. Thank you, love. Thank you, Rose Gold. Tennessee prisons off the chain, every facility. My boy just landed at NWCC. Already cell phones and selling crystal. Lord have mercy. Tennessee prisons not safe. Big Juke know plenty of the big shots. God is safe. Juke on the hook. I tell you. Hmm. You are very understood. I thank you for caring with a passion about our home. You're welcome. You're very welcome. I thank you for coming over here. Destiny Green, Jerry Wright. He in the feds. He not going to prison in Tennessee. He in the county jail. He's in the county jail right now until he's sentenced. The whole police force is under investigation. Cornelius is a trustee now. and you know what's so funny? And one thing you don't hear a whole lot of people talking about is Cornelius. And I'm gonna tell y'all something else that is weird. And I don't know if they're out. I haven't double checked. Um, I was talking to another one of my friends the other night, and I asked her about CEO Bobby. And CEO Bobby has a real high, he went in there with a really high bond, which means he would have a very high. He's like a level 7, which means he's supposed to be on the 4th floor. That's the floor that don't nobody want to go on. But a criminal with that level, with that high of a bond, would have to be right. Um, CEO Bobby was on, which is very alarming, was on the 5th floor, which is a program floor, a program pod, with the real low level inmates that are like trustees and go to the kitchen and cook and all of that. I found that weird. I mean, like those are people that go in there. If you know how you run, you got multiple driving charges. You walked into the gas station and stole a Kit Kat, walked out, the police got you, something like that. I feel sorry for Straight Drop because he's a pun. Me too. I feel like Straight Drop is a pun in this. I'm gonna give you a star for that. I want people to remember that Straight Drop is a 23-year-old young man who has had trouble in his past. In his past, we don't know what his childhood was like, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't be mad at him because he has to pay for this. But as I was saying before, I get angry at people that are in positions to help these young men. Instead, they make them worse because they know that they're in trouble. Because no normal kid or young adult would go and take money to take a life. They got to be troubled to begin with. Let me move away from that because I'll get mad. I get mad. Oh, I get mad every time I think about them. He gonna tell it, go into witness protection. Yes. If they are pursuing the death penalty, the state gonna get him. I don't think he wants the death penalty. I think I think he gonna do whatever it takes to not get it. Horrific to see his yeah, it was horrific to see his arm. That's still very devastating. Like I said, from what I think, he didn't pass instantly, but it didn't take him long to pass. And his arm was probably hanging out like that because people start to relax when they pass. If you've ever been around anybody that um okay, okay, I could be wrong, but I don't think I am. God will deal with them. Don't worry. Yeah, God gonna deal with them. God already dealing with them. This stuff is blown up. Whoever did this and whoever is behind this, they thought they was gonna be able to go and kill that boy and get away with it and laugh about it, and then people was gonna talk about him. And you see the crowd that it drew, okay? But they thought they was gonna be able to do that, and then all this stuff was gonna go away. And then you saw people. That's why I say salute to everybody that's, especially everybody that's on the outside of Memphis that's keeping this going. And I have to say, it was really the bloggers from all the other states that actually really made this thing really big as far as keeping it out there. Okay, it was really the bloggers from the other states that really made this big. We saw the cousin pastor. He's from Memphis. He talked about it. He gave some really good information also in the beginning. He talked about it too. But it's been the bloggers on the outside of Tennessee that has been riding hard for him and keeping this out there every single day. So the people that did this and that's behind this, it has actually blown up in their faces. You have better information than any of them. Thank you, Philip. They should have never touched him. They should just left him alone. Now they done threw their life away. Yeah, their life thrown away. I'm telling you, it's thrown away. Yes, they had no money when he was appointed. I'm from Greenville, Alabama. Okay, Miss Greenville, Alabama, Alabama. What's the name of the TV show? Sis, Real Talk with Tamara. Hmm. That was Dolph's brother. Yeah, that was Dolph's brother. I'm sure Dolph's brother. Um, we don't see him. I'm sure he's been cooperating. He's a victim, you know. So let's see, 69 got off John getting hit man off. Nikki Barnes got telling. Okay. Okay, I will be watching on Comcast 3. Thank you, love. I appreciate that. They still sell cookies out of there. Well, they still process out the back now. Oh, y'all so mean. Um, I think that is boarded up. Like that whole little area is boarded up. So nobody is there in their place anymore, except for the washer place. It's there, the washer and dryer place. Um, maybe one, maybe one was going to knock off the other, or they might was heading to their death and didn't know it. Okay. The fact that Raven said everyone followed the story in Skull Channel. What story? Hmm. Okay, you all. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drop the link. If anybody wants to come up and talk, you could definitely do that. I just dropped the link. I want someone to ask about who car they were caught in Indiana. They still haven't announced that. Hmm. I'll ask that Monday. If they'll tell me. I'll ask. I'm glad you said that. Well, they ain't gonna tell me whose car it was. I mean, they might tell me the counter car it was, but I think we saw that on the news. I think they was in some kind of black SUV, right? They know who car it was, but they're not gonna. They probably wouldn't tell me who car it was. I still want to hear your tea on OJ case. If that's my dream case, I'm gonna tell y'all something. If it's the last thing I do, I am going to get my interview with OJ. OJ Simpson. I'm going to, because y'all, it's some stuff that y'all don't know. OJ did not do that. People don't know that that man was set up, but you know, the media was able to spin it and twist it. Now, I was fascinated with that case from the time I was in like the 10th grade, ninth or 10th grade, when this case was going on. Me and my library teacher used to sit in the library. I was supposed to be on lunch. I'd be sitting in the library looking at OJ's case. And it was just weird how fascinated I was with that case. And I always knew that he did not commit that murder. And then who would have ever thought years later that, I would get to talk to, there was actually officers, and I'm not going to get on the OJ case right now, that was put off of that case that are now PIs. And they was going in another direction. They knew from the start that OJ didn't do that. And LAPD put them off the case because they wanted to go in another direction. So y'all will be y'all would be surprised at what they had, y'all. Cornelius is the oldest out of the ones arrested as well. WJH is also strange. Yeah, Cornelius is, I believe that Cornelius is playing chess. Um, he's a little older. He understands self preservation is the first law. You have to preserve yourself. If, like I said, I saw where a charge that Cornelius had that was affiliated with this case was quietly disposed, and it was a car theft. Um, um, what was it? Theft of property 10 to 60,000 is always a car. It was quietly disposed. So y'all just let that, you know, penetrate too. They haven't even gone to trial yet, and they quietly disposing cases. He informants, CEO Bobby and the others, right, sis? I don't know if they are informants. I know CEO Bobby and JoJo Spad are silly. That's what I know. I don't know if they're informants. Since COVID hit, level 6 and below on 6th floor and 5th floor. Okay. Level 6 and below on 6th floor and 5th floor. Okay. But you know what's weird? When I was talking to my friend and she was looking at him she was like, he's on the 5th floor. How in the world would a level that high? Why in the world is a level that high on the 5th floor? I don't know. Sis, it was heartbreaking. It was heartbreaking. Yes, you get very relaxed, sis. Yeah. He was promised something. Who has the power in the streets, Memphis, besides Doll? Yeah, I kind of look at Straight Drop's moves right after this situation, and he had a false sense of security. He thought that he was really gonna be able to go and be a rapper. He thought that. Okay, let me move on to the next comment. For those of you all who are just coming into the room, please like and subscribe to the channel. Also, if you would like to support the channel, my Cash App is up. D Carter sell a block. D Carter a sale block. 100. The ones that was behind this really can't sleep at night. No justice, because the ones that was behind this ain't sleeping at night. I'll tell you that right now. They better sleep with one eye open for when them folks come and knock on that door. And they better know it's them and go on open it. Open the door, go on, they don't want to be taken dead or alive. They might want to be taken alive. Keith Robertson is beginning to be a hot mess in Memphis. I grew up in, yeah, it is. The streets are in Memphis there is, like somebody was saying earlier, there is a demonic spirit walking around this place. And that is because a lot of these young boys are affiliated with the wrong people that are using them like crazy. Okay? They are. They really messing up the youth. So y'all tell me, what do y'all think? Like I said, for those of you all that are just coming in here, I'm gonna do a recap. Shundale, I got the marshals got a drop on Shundale and Straight Drop. They was on I-70. They was at a hotel, and according to my source, and I'm sure people who live in Indiana would know that Brazil, Indiana is a small city. There aren't really any blacks there. It's got a small jail. It's just so you see, because I told y'all before that someone had told me that Cornelius was was fighting coming back to me. He didn't want to come back. Now that's just what I was told. But they had gotten a drop on their location. I don't know who dropped it. I always in my spirit believe that Cornelius dropped it. And they waited until they came out of the hotel, followed them up the street, got them um, at the truck stop, which was a gas station too. Um, oh, I'm telling you, they can get deleted messages. Yeah, they can get deleted messages. They can get deleted video too. That's why when people were saying that, they felt like somebody at the cookie shop knew somebody at the ADT or whoever does the monitoring for their systems and they deleted something. This ain't nothing nobody told me. This is something I know because I was trying to retrieve something for a cold case that I was working. And the business that I had gone to, the data had deleted itself because after so many days, it deletes itself. I was able to get one of my friends to get the data for me. So if anything, they have systems, but it's the FBI that has the systems, can retrieve information that is deleted. So if they deleted any information, that's not going to be good for them. It sure ain't going to be good for whoever work at the who the monitoring place. I to me, it wouldn't make any sense for anybody that's monitoring. I don't care if they are friends to want to go and delete any information. That didn't make any sense to me, and be implicated or involved in tampering. That's tampering with any evidence in a murder case. I just don't think nobody would put themselves out there like that. No, sis, they work out the back. Maurice was inside when Glock did the video. Okay. Well, I always walked in the front door. I didn't know they worked out the back. I don't think the cookie shop people had nothing to do with it. It wouldn't have been a gas station murder if the girl wasn't on live. Question is question was they was on his trail. Yeah, they might have been on his trail. Like I said, it's gonna be, yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I found it weird, and nobody has told me this, but I found it weird that somebody was, and people get starstruck all the time, okay? I guess you see young Dolph at the gas station and you start recording him. Um, it was eerily quiet, it was weird, Um, it was weird. But I don't know if there's any proof of of the person. I don't know if the person did anything wrong. Nobody has ever told me, you know, um, if somebody did something wrong as far as, or somebody was involved, the person that was, recording it was involved. Because see, I'm gonna tell y'all something. It wouldn't be hard if the video was uploaded to whoever's account it was. I'm sure whoever recorded it uploaded it to their account, right, on social media first. So it wouldn't be hard to trace that back. It wouldn't be hard for the authorities to trace back who uploaded that video first to their account, right? So that person has probably already been talked to. Let's see. Black youngster car. Hmm. It's going to expose some more truth. Yeah, I keep saying, I think his spirit is walking around. I know a lot of people are concerned with him getting his justice, you guys. That man is getting his justice. And I think, and it's just my opinion, I think that it's going, with this murder, is going to open up a can of worms, like in a whole nother area. But one thing for sure, these hits got to stop, right? It do. You can't get mad at somebody and think you can go send somebody to do a hit. Like that Squeeze folks and lost their rabbit ass minds. They done lost their rabbit ass minds. And so pride comes before a fall. Okay. And I'm just talking about in anybody, regardless to whatever their status is. You can't do stuff like this, you know. I don't know who it was, but I know them folks on it. It was tricky. It was Trey. It was Trey truck, right? Tricker. Who is? I don't know who Tricker Trey truck. I don't know who Tricker Trey is. Um, is he a rapper? Let's see. I thought the Marshal Service was working so hard to bring these criminals to justice. Well, they got straight drop, and you can't blame the marshals, because if the marshals was given a assignment to track down straight drop, just like now they've been given another assignment allegedly to track down Shundale. If the if they was given an assignment to track down straight drop, they got their man. They got who they went to get. Shundale had a warrant also for accessory after the fact. It was not for the marshals because he was not their assignment to bring him back to Memphis. The sheriff's office was supposed to go get him and bring him back to Memphis. Remember, he had the lesser charge. If they would have had an assignment to get him also, they would have brought them both back. But he was not, Shundale was not the person that they was hunting. He just happened to be affiliated because he was driving straight drop around. It was straight drop that the marshals was looking for, right? So that's why Shundale was able to stay in that jail and wait for the Shelby County Sheriff's Office to go and pick him up. Something happened, you know. If he's not underground, I don't know if he is. I just say it's weird. If he's not underground, and when I say underground, I mean undercover, in hiding. He if he's not underground, then he's on he's on the run, allegedly. If he's not underground, I just feel like his situation is weird. So now the marshals are looking for him. But what I was getting ready to say is, I was reading a comment. It's weird that his charges would change. Cornelius was they had a Cornelius for a whole month before we knew about it, right? So then all of a sudden something led them, like I said, they was on straight drop. They was interested in they was looking for straight drop. He didn't have any warrants at that time. They was looking for him, I believe, 3 days after this situation happened with Young Dolph. He was a person of interest, from what I was told. Um, yeah, I think they said it was 3 days. Yeah, 3 days. So, anyways, Cornelius was booked around what January, December the 9th, I believe. It was around that time that he was booked. So then later on, there was a warrant for straight drop. There was never a warrant for Shundale until after straight drop was arrested. Now, I'm not saying that straight drop had anything to do with this. I'm not saying that straight drop is talking at all. When I say I'm talking about as far as Shundale's charges changing. I'm just saying somebody's talking. It's somebody that obviously knows something. Because I'm gonna tell you something. The feds will make deals with people all the time, right? But anybody that has ever been fed, if I know people say, I ain't no rat. I ain't never made no deal, child, please. But anybody that has ever, will know how it works. If there are any deals, if they find out that there's any, like you didn't tell the truth about anything, then all bets are off. Somebody had to have said something. If maybe they let him go, but if they let him go, they would have said it. We let him walk free because we didn't think that there was a problem. But Like I said, allegedly, they must, and it happens. It definitely happens, y'all. When I was working there, it is so easy for, especially when, excuse me, the clerks they deal with a lot of paperwork. Okay. You think about how big Memphis is and how many people come through there. I don't think Memphis, I'm not going to throw my people up under the bus. I don't believe, because Memphis is more responsible. I believe if anybody dropped the ball, it was Indiana. I'm not going to say Memphis did, but I just think that, um, well, what I was going to say is a lot of times you can mess up, because when you're dealing with a lot of paperwork, it's easy for you to put the wrong paperwork in jackets. But that sheriff is telling the story. Ain't nobody called him and told him to let that boy go. They said we're not coming to get him or something. He ain't telling the truth. It was a money grab, the OJ case. Yeah, they did OJ wrong. They did. A lot of people don't want to believe because the media put a spin on it. But y'all will be surprised with that. I've always been very fascinated with I want to interview with OJ because I know he didn't do it. And I guess I'm the Easter Bunny. So you think OJ did it? A Trey truck. Central Park 5 was money grab too. Oh, I've been thought his son did it because of his reaction in court. Maybe he was hurt by his parents' divorce. Yeah, his son had issues, but the juice got loose. I want to know everything about this paid for. I want to know everything about this paid for the hit. Who killed Anita? Who killed boy at mall? Where they get them police stolen guns? Hmm. Well, I think I'm gonna tell y'all something. They've been very quiet about that Anita Hills case. I don't hear anything about that case. I don't think anybody does. The Memphis gangsters run Memphis, Tennessee. By the way it looks. Mm. It was impossible for the Jews to have done that. Yeah, it was. Tempest Ford. They can't sleep at night because they know that knock is coming. This is sad to see, and our people love watching. Tamara from Detroit. Thank you, love. I appreciate that, Miss Ford. Yeah, it's a sad thing. I think I was speaking about that before, how bad off our people have become, um, and think it's something to be, just killing people. Think it's something to be doing it. I think a lot of this stuff is engineered because they have a more sinister plan, especially for black men. You let them get out of control like this, it forces them to then let them kill as many off as they possibly can. And then later on, they go, we got to put some real heinous, strenuous laws in place to stop them. And that's what's getting ready to happen. Y'all know they could stop this crime if they wanted to. They could. They wanted to get out of control so that they can step in and put a lot of these old slave laws back in and say, well, we had to do it. And then the people, the mothers and stuff, and a lot of the citizens won't say anything because they're going to be so relieved that they've done anything, even if it's lynching, to stop this crime. And I know a lot of people saying, we got some guns. I don't know why any person could ever think that they could have more guns. I don't care how many they got than the government. And a lot of them that's got guns can't hardly even afford the bullets to them. You could never get into a gunfight with the government. And y'all mark my word, that's coming. But it's sad that our people's minds are completely, because like I said, a lot of these young men think that it's something to be putting hits on people. God blesses you with, and I'm not saying anybody specific, I'm just saying blesses you with a talent. God gives the talent, and then blesses you to be able to provide for yourself with that talent. Everybody has a talent, but everybody ain't you can't use don't know how to use their talent to be able to provide for themselves. And God puts them on a whole nother level. And all you can do is destroy your people. Oh, let me get off of that because y'all know how I be getting mad. Do you mean drop? Um, Smith was already locked up. Yeah, Smith was already locked up. Did I say straight drop? Yes, Smith was already locked up. You mean Shundale, not Cornelius? Shundale dropped the location. Yeah, I think Shundale dropped the location and got the reward money, got the 15G, got out and disappeared. And now they say the first step up first. One tail tricked them and got out and went on the run. Hmm. I thought that whoever they visited in Indiana may have given the info on what they were driving. I think, just from the information I learned tonight when my little cousin told me that they were at a hotel and they waited and followed them from the hotel. Because they could have easily just went into the hotel and got him out, right? But they was already watching them when they got the drop that they was at their hotel off of 70. So, yeah, it's weird. I always felt like Shundale did it too because if he gave the drop, it would have been obvious if they had bust into their hotel. You know, because wouldn't nobody have recognized them, especially in Brazil, Indiana. They could have got out and walked in the store, and I'm sure they probably had been walking into stores. Somebody had to put some gas in that car, and nobody they come across country. Nobody had recognized them. So yeah, I truly believe that Shundale was the one that gave the location. You all, I'm dropping the link. If anybody would like to come up and say anything, you could definitely come up and say something. Why do you think now that they have amped up security? Why do y'all think that they have amped up security on Straight Drop even more? That only special ops can be around him and the higher ranking staff, such as not even the lieutenants, not even the it's let's see, in the jail they have sergeants, lieutenants, and then the next rank up is captain, then the next rank up is chief inspector, and the next rank up is chief. Only the special ops now, the special ops lieutenants and captain can go around them, but other than that, only the chiefs and above can go near Straight Drop. So and that's why I never believe that he's and I keep trying to tell y'all that the jail is I work there. I know they're afraid of lawsuits. The way they fire officers when those officers get mad and had to whoop somebody's tail because they spit on them or something, threw pee in their face, that'll make anybody mad. And they lost their temper and they fired them because they didn't want a lawsuit from an officer losing his temper and hitting somebody that then threw pee in his face or pee mixed with boo boo. That's enough for you to put somebody to sleep. But they don't want any lawsuits. So I do know that. I do know that they are very afraid of lawsuits. So that's why I know Straight Drop is a hot commodity. Everybody is watching. The media, especially with the media being this hot, they are not going to allow nothing to happen to him. To none of them, they real safe. I'm telling you, movement stops when he comes out of his cell. Everybody locked down. When he, And here's the thing: the part of the jail that Straight Drop is in, when he has to go to court, he can go. Yeah, they take him right down there. They can take him through the Sally Port. Yeah, yeah, they can. So the other inmates can't get to him because they ain't even allowed in that part of the jail. They are not. They don't have no movement other than special ops. And those cells are very isolated and I see why he might feel how he feel, like it's very isolated down there. Um, let me see. I thought that whoever they visited in Indiana may have given the drop, that because they was in a hotel. They could have been in a hotel because they was resting because they was tired. But you have to, and then think about this, do they have like fake ID or something? Because when you go into a hotel, you have to show your ID, and I'm sure they weren't crazy enough to give their ID to rent a hotel. Lord, I'm sure they weren't crazy enough to do that. So did they? It's true. Did they meet somebody there? Since Doc got killed, I'm telling you, they still work out of the store. I promise you, they do. They still work out of the store. Well, it's boarded up. They got one downtown. They have a warehouse downtown, if I'm not mistaken. I do know they got Butterific, but I think that's the sisters. But that place where Dolph was, the last time I saw it, that's been what, maybe a week or two ago. It was boarded up. Now I don't know what has happened since then. You're saying they're still able to go in it from the back. Okay, I see what you're saying now. Also, see, I wouldn't know that because all the windows and stuff are boarded up. Okay, now I see what you're saying. If the cookie people don't have nothing to do with it, they were there. No, if the cookie people don't have anything to do with it, why were they in Raven Artist truck in Indiana? Was it his truck? You don't think if it's his truck, you don't think them folks would have knocked at his door by now and pulled him on in if that was his truck? Because they're gonna want to, if that was his truck, they're gonna want to know why they in his truck. Don't you think so? I don't think yeah. Yeah, they didn't say a word on their video. Lady Diva, right? She keeps saying Cornelius. No, she say she not a witness. The lady who uploaded the first live, Queen Beezy. Okay. Do I keep saying Cornelius? Am I saying the name wrong? Because sometimes I will mean to say like Straight Drop and say Cornelius. So y'all have to forgive me. The girl that was recorded in Friend is friends with Tamika Raven's sister. And to make up work at the radio station. That's how TMZ got the footage. Mm. The girl that was recorded is friends with Tamika Raven's sister. Kind of, what girl that was recorded? Kind of remind me. I figured that out the same day by looking at TMZ or TMZ footage, and then the girls start recording afterwards. Just pay attention to the door panels. They are gray. Okay. Yeah, y'all get those likes up. For those of you all that are just coming into the room, please like and subscribe to the channel. Um, like the video, subscribe to the channel. Also, if you all would like to um, support the channel, of course, I have my Cash App up. 901 Trigger Tray. I've heard people say 901 Trigger Tray, but I haven't heard his. I've heard his name on the internet. I've never heard any of the And I'm sure, and I've never heard anybody outside of the internet bring his name up. And they brought some names up, but I've never heard his name. So Becky, absolutely. Big Juke pressed them on that move. I'm gonna leave it at that. 60K to kill the main, plus a rap deal. Streets told it, y'all. Have a good night. Keep up the good work, Tamara. Thank you, love. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping in. Um, 901 Trigger Trey is Raven rapper from Makita's Cookies. Okay. Like I said, outside of I have not heard anybody else say anything about Trigger Trey. I haven't. So I guess that's why what makes y'all think? What would make you all think that he had something to do with it? I believe you at Jerry, right? Hmm. um, hmm, I tell you, hit that notification bell. Yes, please hit that notification bell, you all. We got 202 people in here. If you all would like to support the channel, please do. I am dropping the link again for anybody that wants to come up here. You can definitely do that. Shelby County dropped the ball, called Indiana and said they was not filing charges for harming a fugitive, let him go 10 days later, and then had a warrant still in the system. Mm. I don't think it's that complicated. It's it's one of two things. Trigger Trey is Raven artist. He's a trick. So at Trigger Trey, oh Lord, y'all. Oh, call the man out his name. You are so right 3 times sin derived from lust of the flesh, lust of the eyes, pride of life. TR. Trigger Trey. Okay. I hear a lot of people saying Trigger Trey. Um, I've never heard anybody else say Trigger Trey's name. I'm sorry, I don't know. Okay. He had 10 days to leave the country. He is best friends with Black Youngster in plenty of videos and photos in Young Dog neighborhood looking for Dog. So Trigger Trey was looking for Dog. Carmen knows everybody. Oh yeah. Oh yes. I'm gonna tell y'all something about this Young Dog's case. Y'all, Karma ain't missing a step. She got her high heels on. You know how they say, yeah, I'm a stepper. I'm stepping. Karma is flat foot stepping in this case. Karma is a stepper in this case. Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Great. How about yourself?
Nothing, man. Nothing. Um, just like I was like, reason why his name came up is because I guess this fake witness that everybody talking about, 007, said that they saw him run out of the back of the store. All right, this is something that I want everybody to look at. If someone was in that store that did the shooting inside that store, Dolph brother was inside that store as well. You don't think he'll be dead too? And he had a gun on him.
I
That's why
absolutely
it
do.
happened from the outside because that's why Dolph brother was able to take cover. And as soon as they ran off, he came out behind them shooting when they were taking off in the
Absolutely.
car.
Absolutely.
So if they had somebody coming through the back and you also had shooters coming in the front, ain't that'd be a crossfire? One of their own people might possibly could get hit with that Draco.
That's true. I agree. I agree. You know, they said that shop was completely torn up. There was a lot of stuff torn up in that shop. I don't think that anybody would have been in there and put
Like
themselves in harm's way if they had set that up in there. I wouldn't have been there. I wouldn't have had anybody
right.
I cared about there.
Like at the end of the day, like I believe Memphis, the police doing their job. I think they got the people they want. A lot of people, mad about Shondale that they didn't get him from harboring a fugitive. One thing about it is, reason why Memphis let it go, let that charge go and dropped it, because they can't prove that he was in the state of Tennessee in the county of Shelby County harboring him. Only thing they got him is in Indiana, and he can easily get off by saying, "Hey, since Dolph died, bloggers been putting everybody names out, saying everybody wanted from the feds, which is everybody was saying straight job been arrested. Yo Gotti was arrested, so." You don't know if that was fake or real, so they can't charge him with harboring a fugitive because they can't prove that he was in Shelby County harboring him. And then when the feds found them, yeah, they locked him up and detained him for a couple of days. But at the same time, the feds ain't wanting him that harbor the fugitive. That ain't nothing to the feds. The feds, they want drugs, they want money. I mean, they want drugs and they want guns.
Absolutely, and a murder for hire.
Yeah, they ain't worried about no petty harboring and fugitive charge. They
Absolutely,
go for the big things.
absolutely. Like I said, when I found out that the feds was in this situation, I knew, like I said, it was something more sinister, and I knew right off it had to have been a murder for hire, and they had to have had some type of evidence that whomever some type of money came from over the state lines, also, which means some types of payments came from in Tennessee, from out of Tennessee to in Tennessee's some kind of way, you
See,
know.
that's where all the conflicted stories come up from, is the bloggers. The bloggers what messed up everything. Because at the end of the day, uh, if the police, they got the footage from inside that store. They even
Oh, for
when
sure,
Straight Drop went to court, the prosecutor admitted that they got the footage.
for sure.
Even Raven even said that they gave him the footage. So if they had anything to do with it, they'd have been in jail right now too.
Absolutely. And I know some people was concerned about some footage being deleted. If it was deleted, they can retrieve it.
Yeah,
I don't think they know how advanced things are now, a lot of people, but if the only thing they did was mess themselves up, if they tried to, I don't think anybody that works for the monitoring company would mess their lives up trying to delete some video that the folks can go back, the feds can go
yeah.
back and retrieve anyways.
Because if they got ADT, whatever camera system they got, all right, it run off they service server, run off a server from their service. All right, so if they deleted footage, the police could go to ADT with a warrant and retrieve that footage because it's saved in their hard drive at ADT.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But just like I say, I believe those people, like, the police got the footage from inside. If they had something to do with it, they'd have been locked up by now.
Yeah, they'd have been locked up by now. Um, it's gonna be interesting to see though. Like I said, I don't know who was employed because nobody has had the opportunity. I don't know if we will ever see the video. Out of respects for Daw's family, we may never see it. Um, but we can't say what went on inside there if we weren't in there. Um,
Right.
and I never believed, because I never believed some young men would run and jump out of a car and hold guns to try and stage a murder scene. Absolutely not.
And the reason why they're not going to release the footage, because you got to realize, since Dolph died in Memphis, how many people done got killed since Dolph got killed
Absolutely.
behind
A lot of
what's
people.
going on. So if they release that footage, all only thing that is fuel to more murders. Because the only thing the bloggers gonna say, oh, this person, this that person, then now this person dead for no reason.
I think the
Because they know
reason,
the bloggers gonna go a whole nother way with it.
yeah, I think a lot of the reasons too, um, that I'm talking about the authorities have gotten so deep in this. A lot of times when you start trying to, um, I mean, you'd be surprised by how many, you know, people that was probably talking from the beginning in this situation. There were over 300 people detained, and I'm sure even if some people had some issues with Dolph, they might have not been on that. They might have not. They probably started giving out hints and guiding in the right direction. Okay, as it relates to this case, everybody was probably not in agreement with what happened. To just take the young man's life, I don't think everybody was in agreement with that. You know, the people
But
that, as far as some of the people that know about what happened, that's what I'm saying. So I think that's why I say, as far as the authorities and the prosecution and the police, they they doing their thing. That's why when the prosecutor said the two people that did this, they're in there, and he did say it is an ongoing investigation. That's because he knows that the police and the feds are not done.
the reason why I believe I believe that they got the people that they want. The reason why it's still an ongoing investigation is because they're trying to link them also to the Anita Wilson case. They got shot with that same car a week before,
Mm-hmm.
with that same Mercedes with the same guns. And I guess they're trying to, you know, investigate that a little more and try to link them to that too.
And also, that could be true too. And also, I think with this Dow situation, um, it opened up a can of worms for other organized crime situations. It opened up, so some people, if they're not got one way, they probably gonna be gotten another way. This case opened up a can of worms with a whole lot of organized crime. I do believe. Hmm.
It is let the people know you can't help people out no more. You come back home to help people out and they want to kill you.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Jealousy is as deadly as the grave, and that's a sad thing. Um, I was, I was saying one day um on one of my videos, people like the gifts, but they don't necessarily like the gift giver because they are jealous. Oftentimes, they are jealous of the gift giver. So they'll like what you have to give to them, but they'll become jealous because you got it to give to them. That's that twisted stuff that goes on oftentimes in the African American community, and it wasn't hard. You talk about a lot of young men who hasn't really had a really good upbringing. Okay, they've been in and out of trouble their whole lives. They've had some traumatization to go on in their childhood. So it's easy. They're always looking for some type of acceptance. So it's easy for people that they put on a pedestal to wrongly influence them, and that's a sad thing. That's it's a sad thing. And I think that's what has happened in this situation. Straight Drop just so happened to hit a celebrity that has brought a lot of attention from all over the world. But believe me when I tell you, this this as far as that, you know, the like as I guess the whole thing, it's been a lot of more situations similar to this. And so I'm happy that at least there's going to be some type of justice for some people, and this stuff can stop because these murders got to stop. And as I always say, what good is it? See, straight dropping them are just the limbs. I always say that we have to get to the root of things. If straight drop in them, like straight dropping Cornelius and some other people that are going to be indicted, if they are all, let's just say they're sentenced to life, if they're sentenced to life and we don't get to the root of this, then that tree is going to grow some more limbs, right? So
Right. But
that's why I say we got to get to I want the root dug up. The root is
but
always the
it's the
cause.
new generation. It's the new generation. And And because when we was getting brought up, back in my day, everybody in the family cut your behind when you did something wrong. You know, back in my day when I was in school, the principal cut our behinds when we did right in school. Then when we got home, our mom and daddy cut our behind, and the grandma cut your behind. Everybody cut your behind. So you had to think about things you did before you did it. These days now, you go to jail for beating your kids, so there's no more correction to the young generation no more.
That's true. Dwayne Carter said when they did the sweep, pick 300 people, game over. You might be right, Dwayne Carter.
Back when we was growing up, nobody wasn't shooting nobody. We fought. We threw them hands, or maybe we picked up a stick or a broom or something and hit somebody, but we ain't pull out no guns. And then after we beat whoever ass we beat, we was friends back the next week or two.
That's true. I remember that, and people weren't scared to fight. And it's funny that, how can I put it? A lot of these, you know, you would think that, especially young men that have came up, especially in my era, around coming up in the 80s and stuff, that are around my age in their early 40s and even older, because they came up in that era, why aren't they teaching these young men that? Instead, you see a lot of um, older men that, because if they're in their 40s, they're really old enough to be these young men's fathers. Why are they egging them on to, or putting them in positions to
Because they don't want to. You got 40 and 50-year-old men out here breaking in homes with 15, 16-year-old little kids.
Yeah, you do, but you know what? Like I said, it says, please, they said, please check the video on Skull. If everyone questioned about the police, they all stuck to the story. How would she know what the other said to the police? Mm. So you don't believe all the stuff they say about MPD corruption and ties? My thing is, I think there is a bad seeds in every department. Okay. And one thing for sure, if there is any type of corruption that's going on in this situation, because see, the 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 feds don't have any soul ties to MPD. So if there are any corrupt officers that's involved in this, they better change their phone number. They better get like everybody else and change their phone number. Because I know one thing, I've worked there for 18 years. I can't tell you how many times when there was corrupt officers that I liked and loved, that somehow became greedy and corrupt, and it has not been many. Them feds got them. They went and did some Fed time. So the Fed does not have any love relationship with the police department.
Well,
So
that's
if they,
where anywhere you work at, you can walk in Walmart and you got at least two or three employees there that ain't right, that
that's
steal and
right.
everything else from there.
That's true. You're right. You're telling the truth. They said Shundale tricked them and got that 15,000, not knowing that he was a suspect. That's why he got out and turned around and disappeared. Hmm. If he ain't underground. So what you think about Shundale? What you think happened in this situation, Money Man? Do you think that Shundale is underground, or in protective custody, or do you think that?
Uh, no, no, and like even with Straight Drop, like I like he in protective custody because of the charges and who, the case of high profile. But if they was to put him in general population, I don't think nobody would touch him.
You don't think
Bec-
nobody would touch Straight Drop?
no, because you got to realize when you in the penitentiary, not at least 97% of everybody in general population, they is gang banged out. Either you Muslim, you blood, you Crip. or you GD or vice lord, whatever you are. So if straight drop blood, you think when he get in general population, you think the bloods in the prison gonna let somebody touch him? It's gonna be a riot. If a Crip touch him, it's gonna be a riot. Crips
Mhm.
versus Bloods. Nobody they ain't gonna let him. Whoever he bang, his brotherhood ain't gonna let nobody touch him. They gonna
Mhm.
protect him.
Right.
I
But
don't care if he. I don't care if he in they for killing doggone Jay-Z. Nobody ain't gonna touch him. Long as his paperwork right and he ain't snitch. Oh, the Bloods ain't gonna let nobody touch him if he blood.
but I think what we're saying is if he decides to that he if he decides he wants to get out ever again in life and he decides to give some information, what we were saying is he doesn't necessarily have to go to any prisons around this area. They could send him to a prison that he's not even known.
No, no, like if he was fed, if the case was fed, see, Dolph Murder ain't fed. He only got fed violation charge because he, was on federal probation or whatever with the sex offender charge or whatever. But that murder gonna the override that sex offender charge because it's the most serious crime. Now, if the feds want to pick up his murder charge, they can at any time, but they're not because they're gonna let the state handle their own business. So if he was fed, they could put him anywhere in the United States and hide him. But if he stays state, they're just gonna put him within that state,
Mm-hmm.
and they'll probably put him on protective custody through that state, even though he gang bang or whatever. They're gonna put him on there because of the high profile of his case.
Mm-hmm. So you don't think that he would be willing to because if you heard me earlier, I said that I think the Dolph's murder case has opened up a can of worms on a whole nother level that may be connected to some of these people that's connected to this Dolph's case. You don't think that if I mean he has some information in helping the feds, you don't. I think they would work with him.
Um, what what I think is, this ain't straight drop first time getting locked up, so he know the criminal justice system and how it works. I don't think he's going to talk. I
Hmm.
don't think he's going to. I think he gonna hold it out. He done got him an attorney now, even though because people saying he got a paid attorney. He ain't got no paid attorney because 9 times out of 10, all that money he had on him when the feds found him, 9 times out of 10 they took that money because 9 out of 10 it was money. He ain't had nothing to show for how he made all this money, so they took it.
Yeah, I think I've said before. He has a court appointed attorney. Is and he's a really good attorney. Of course, he's court appointed, but he's in private practice.
Yeah, he's in private practice. It's called a pro bono attorney, a pro bono attorney, a pro bono. Reason why he got the pro bono attorney because of the profile of his case. And then another thing is, any case that have at least two co-defendants can that can afford attorneys. They two defendants cannot get their case worked out the public defender's office. They got to go pro bono because that'll be conflict of interest. So
Hmm.
the state had to hire them a private pro bono lawyer, which is they take the case for a charity fee for a charity where the state pay them a low budget or whatever, and then next year tax time they write it off on their taxes and get the full amount.
Well, with court appointed attorneys, from my understanding, because I do private investigative work, with court appointed attorneys here, when the PD's office, are you in Memphis? Are you in the Shelby
No,
County? Okay. But court
no, ma'am.
appointed attorneys here, when the PD's office is overloaded with cases and things of that nature, they have court attorneys that have contracts with the government and they
Uh huh.
outsource the work. And so, even though a lot of people think that they are PDs, they are court appointed. They are private attorneys that that the judge appoints to the case because they have contracts with the government, and they take it at a, like you said, because I think the salary cap for a court appointed attorney. That's the difference in a court. That's why you don't see a lot of high profile attorneys. They don't take contracts from the government, because whereas they can make $1,000 or $2,000 an hour, there's a cap on court appointed attorneys where the government only pays them about $350 an hour, which is still a lot of money. But for a high profile attorney like those attorneys like Leslie Ballin and Steve Faris and the R Horns and stuff, they would never be court appointed attorneys.
Yeah, because if you had a murder charge with Art Horn, you're gonna pay at least 80, $90,000.
Absolutely. I
And
think
then yeah,
I think with Cornelius's attorney, you talk about pro bono, those are attorneys that will take the cases for free basically, and like you said, at a real small fee. You have to think about with Cornelius' attorney. I found out that he is a high priced attorney. He he's a private attorney and he's expensive. Okay, he might not be as expensive as Art Horn, but he's expensive. I believe, and I could be wrong, that because of this, how this the media coverage, because of this particular case, I think he took it for pennies on a dollar, if not pro bono. Period. Just because of the media attention, he can't do anything but help his law firm.
right, right.
Atlanta housewife said that the OJ case consumed me. It didn't consume me. I couldn't get enough of the OJ case, and I went and read. Child, y'all, we're gonna have to do. I'm telling you, I'm gonna get an interview with OJ. That's my dream interview. Yes, you all get the likes up. For those of you all that are just coming into the room, please like and subscribe to the channel. Also, if you would like to support the channel, my Cash App name is Real Talk Cat $ Real Talk with Tamara. Mike Jones says Memphis knew what they was doing. They called Indiana and said they was not filing charges. 10 days later, Indiana released. One thing for sure, they're gonna always point fingers at each other. Because when I was working over there for the jail, and that's why I think I said this earlier, got ready to say it. There have always, it doesn't happen often. There have been times where mistakes was made, and a couple of times I know when high profile people was let out and they should not have been let out. Okay, and they will be the sheriff's office will be pointing the finger at the clerk's office. Um, the clerk's office will be pointing fingers at the sheriff's office, saying the clerk put the paperwork in the wrong jacket, because if that inmate who was a fugitive and was mistakenly let out gets out and go and kill someone or take someone out, then the family of whomever they hurt will break the bank on whatever agency or city. They could own that city. So that's why those sheriff's offices are pointing fingers at each other. Nobody wants to take that responsibility. Nobody wants to be liable for that. That's why when I say I know for a fact that the Shelby County Sheriff's Office is scared of a doggone lawsuit. Um, what it was at they got the 15,000 and disappeared. They found out he was involved in the case to remember that was focused on Straight Drop and Cornelius. So what do y'all think that he's at? Because as I said earlier, my cousin had told me he works for the PD in Indianapolis, that one of them said that they was headed to Kansas. The other one said that they was headed to St. Louis. What y'all think about that? Where do you think they was going? In your opinion, Money Man, where do you think they was going? Because their show was they was going north.
Because I don't know where they was going, but the reason why they went to those other places, because when the feds look for you, they dig up your whole background of addresses that you associated with family that you could possibly be. Just like with you, if I look up your name right now on people search or whatever, it's gonna give me uh all the addresses that you could possibly be linked to, that you possibly got mailed at, got received mail at, and everything. So that's probably why they looked in those places. But I'm not sure where it was going.
Mm-hmm. What about the Covington case? Why they not talking about that? I don't know why they're not talking about that.
Because I guess ain't enough evidence to point a shooter. Only thing they know is that same car was used and the same gun was used. So ain't much more. I guess that's why they trying to working hard now, trying to lead those boys to the Covington shooting. Because there's not really much to work on but that car. And then they only give us so much. They only tell us so much because they don't want to ruin their investigation as well too. So
And that's so true. Okay, Atlanta housewife at Tempest Ford. Okay, I can't walk in my neighborhood for my own people. That's a sad thing. A lot of people are complaining about that. Memphis has gotten terrible, and I'm gonna tell you, I don't know what's worse. No, I'll tell you what's even worse. These young men think it's something that people cannot even walk in their own neighborhoods. They look at that as a badge of honor that they are destroying their neighborhoods. They go and destroy their own neighborhoods and they think that's something. But like I said, there are a lot of the younger people here in the Shelby County area that's on those heroin pills. They are addicted to heroin. They don't shoot it up. They it's a pill. And then they drink a lot of that lean and stuff. As I was saying before, you think about weed, and I don't have an issue with what people do, but I don't smoke weed. Number one, I'm allergic to smoke, and then I've always had the type of personality I can't have something that's higher than that in a high place, and so unfortunately, I think, in my opinion, so many of us, for some reason, have codependent personalities. And as a result, a lot of people's children are suffering. There was a young lady, I went into a store earlier, and the young lady was talking, and she said, "Man, when you walked in here, did you see any feces or anything on the?" I said, "What? No." She said that was like a 5 or 6 year old child that was standing out there by their door by himself. It was the girl at the register. She said, and he pulled his pants down, and it was the Dollar Tree. She said he pulled his pants down and boo boo right there in front of the door of the Dollar Tree, like right where you were. I said, "Oh my God, I did not pay attention." She said he stood there after he finished for the longest, and he was there by himself. This is what is happening with our children because so many of these young people are on drugs. Like I got so many stories from when I worked at the police department. Um, there was you got young kids because people are so sick. And then a lot of these thugs call themselves thugs, and what they do to these children, and people don't know it. Be granny, oh, you a thug. You don't even, a lot of these girls don't, oh my God. There are a lot of mothers that are on drugs and they have sons, and I have to, because I'm drinking a little wine, I have to get to thinking about it. It makes me emotional. They go and they get drugs and they have debt and they've had their sons. That's why I say a lot of these thugs, if these girls only knew what they did, they have little sons. And because the son, who's about 10, 11 years old, don't want to see the, I guess, the drug dealer or whoever the mother owes a debt to beat his mama up. They don't want her no more because they done had her enough. She used up. We don't want her. You can't pay me off in your debt with sleeping with me. I don't want that. But she got a little boy. And I've seen it. So they can't tell me that I am a thug. I ain't doing that. A hard leg supposed to be thug. So they'll have her. They've had that. I've seen it. Her little boy don't want his mama beat up. Don't want the drug dealer hurting his mama. So he make her little boy get on his knees and start giving him a blowjob. And these Negroes call themselves thugs, black Negroes that's supposed to be protecting their women and their children. Don't get me started. Let me move on, because I get I because it I get The son stated it's the same car and the same gun that killed his mom. Oh, wow. Preach. All them cars and guns get stolen off Memphis police like they are connected to the people that's stealing them guns. What police force keep guns in cars? There are a lot of officers that are negligent. I do know in the policies, no officer is supposed, and they are reprimanded. No officer is supposed to leave his gun in a car. I do know that that is in policy. They're not supposed to, but they do it every time. And what they forget is they get comfortable because they live in these neighborhoods where these kids know that they are police officers. And it's normally the kids around their neighborhoods that break into their cars over in the middle of the night or something. So that's why they get reprimanded because they are not supposed um, to leave their guns in a car, not even to go into a store, nothing. The Tennessee state legislature was in talks about building more prisons. You know, I have mixed feelings about them when they're constantly building those private prisons. Like I said, you know, when you think about it, they build those private prisons. I'm not saying these folks that's committing these crimes are not supposed to go to jail because I want them to go to jail, but I think that's the reason why they've really too allowed this crime to get out of control. But you think about the games that they play, right? When they build these private prisons, they start working. Now that's when crooked people come in, right?
When they reason why they building these that's why there's a lot of private prisons is because like the prisons that they have they already have now. It ain't that the prisons overcrowding. It's that the prisons that we have now, you got a mixture of gang bangers and neutral people in the same population, and the gang bangers the ones that's causing all the trouble with all the stabbings and fightings and riots and stabbing police officers and all that, stabbing correctional officers and all that. So what they doing is all the institutions they take these bad inmates with the big troublemaking inmates and they put them all in one institution where they can make the general population safer now for the
Mm.
ones that's neutral or don't get in trouble.
Mike Jones says, I want the YouTuber interview a police officer retired in 2008. She said them dudes in Memphis are already standing for war as soon as the police pull up. Yeah, they are. It has gotten out of control because of how these politicians. You see, I don't. Black people fall for a lot of stuff. You know, when they was talking about getting the black people emotional, talking about they need to. It's not demonetized. It's I forgot when it. What is it? Um, they need to do something to the police department. I forget what they call it, but they speak against police. And that's the reason why a lot of these Negroes are out of control because of how a lot of these legislators really setting them up. I'm telling you, they're being set up. Speak against the police so the police can't do their jobs so that they can get all out of control. And that gives them the opportunity as they build up these private prisons and make them put more strenuous laws into place. It's going to happen because they're going to let them get so out of control. That's what they're going to do. And then when they start shooting them down in the middle of the street, they're going to say, well, we had to do this, we had to do that. And the law is going to support it. I don't understand why people don't see that they're being set up. But no human being should even want to destroy their own neighborhoods. When did it ever come to that? You get into a rap beef, all of a sudden, you know they're weaponizing rap. And I was listening to one of the leaders in the African American community do an interview one day, and they've banned that man since then. He was talking about how private prisons was having meetings with record heads, and these private prison owners are billionaires. They was having meetings with record heads, and they wanted them to go to the hood and sign these young African American boys with the talent. But they wanted them to get them to do all this drill music that y'all see now, like all this music talking about, hey, all this dark music talking about killing, because they know that the average child is a one parent home and mama is working 2 and 3 jobs to take care of the family and put food on the table. So they're basically being raised by the hood. But they knew that a lot of these African American kids would follow and listen to this music, and somehow they don't know how to separate when if they ain't got no, but of course if they ain't got nobody there to teach them, they don't know how to separate reality from all of this crazy stuff. But a lot of these record heads was getting their artist, according to this leader in the community, to do that, because if they start killing, what's going to happen? These private prisons can keep their jails full, right? And so then that's when they can um, make millions and millions of dollars from commissary, from the telephones, from all of this. That's why when you hear me say, I just haven't had time to talk about it more. This stuff is engineered, and these folks is falling for it. It is. They think they're doing something, destroying. You say something about this, I'm gonna do this to you. I'm gonna do that. They think that's something. These people really have a false sense of security, and they don't understand because they've been allowed to get away with it only because they are destroying their own community, and they know that the citizens, the law-abiding citizens, are going to get tired because Memphis is a majority African American city and county. The people are going to get tired. And when they start putting these strenuous laws in place to be able to take out a lot of these crazy folks, a lot of the citizens are going to throw their hands up and say, do whatever is necessary. We're tired. Mark my words. It's this is, I can barely go to a gas station in ATL because if you're not getting carjacked, you're getting robbed or caught in crossfire of shootings. Wow. See, I didn't know ATL was bad. I didn't know ATL had gotten bad like that. But those of you that have just come into the room, please like and subscribe to the channel. Also, if you would like to support this channel, um, you could definitely do that. I am going to drop the link for anyone else that would like to come up here also. If you have anything that you have to say, let me drop the link also. You got that you want to say rather. I just dropped the link. But want the reward money be in Memphis? Yeah, you're right. Because they was wanted by Memphis. That's true. You're right, Toya. You're right. I watched another YouTube interview of police officer retiring. Okay. It's sad to say that African Americans have too much freedom. Then why we prey upon one another? That's so true. That's so true. Did anyone see black youngsters snipping on IG saying the dude did it for 20K, 60K probably right when it split 3 ways, it's 20. Oh God. I didn't see it. Mm.
But if that was the case, if they for that little bit of money, if that was the case for somebody who don't have nothing, that was a lot to them.
That's true. That's true. You can't, and what they don't understand, you're right. For somebody that don't have nothing, that's a lot. But you can't even survive off of 20K for a whole year. See, people don't think. If all you got is $20,000, you can't survive for a year off of $20,000. Not a whole year.
But you got to think from the young generation that don't have nothing. $20,000, I could buy me a uh, big, kilo of some dope and doggone and flip it. That's the first thing they gonna do: spend all that money on drugs and flip it.
Mm. I don't think they even really want bro. You don't think they want Shundale because he talking?
No, no, because I don't think they're gonna mess with him. I don't think they're gonna mess with him.
You don't think they're gonna mess with him?
No,
You don't think who you talking about, Shundale?
Chandel, they ain't gonna mess with him.
They sure have gotten quiet. I haven't seen them on it. Maybe I just been missing it, but I haven't. I don't hear them. They haven't talked about him on the news. Maybe I've missed it though, because the system in Memphis can't be trusted. Maybe. Yeah. If somebody can be paid to kill Dolph, somebody can be paid to kill JJ. That's why security is up. Yeah, because like I said, you have special ops in the jail, which are those people. The special ops wear black. The regular corrections officers wear green. The the ones that wear green man the pods, and they're always the ones because special ops is not even that big in each, because you got the gang unit and you have the DRT unit, which on each shift is probably about 8 people. You know, the jail goes 24/7.
Yeah, about 7 or 8 people per shift. So like if a
Right.
fight break out, that's who they call, them little 7, 8 people, and they come and scrap with the shields, rubber
Yeah.
bullets and all.
So you think about it, the COs that wear the green can't go near him. He's in another. He's down. He's downstairs, like right next to the in those cells, right next to the gang unit. They can look at the look at the.
And another thing is, if something was to happen to him where he at or whatever, like if somebody try to slip poison in his food, all right, for you to work, when you work in, like say for instance, when you work in death row or when you work in protective custody, the officers that's work down, they specifically train for that area. So every officer that work for the correction facility, they cannot work PC because they got to be trained for that area.
Right.
So per shift, you got 4 shifts. You got A shift, B shift, C shift, and D shift. You got 2 shifts that work at night that's rotate during the days, rotate different days to work, and the same thing at night. And those officers are permanently for that area. So if
Mm,
anything happened on that shift, they know the officers had to do it because an inmate trustee can't even go down there and serve trays, no nothing. The officer got to pass it out.
right. Absolutely. Absolutely. And a lot of people, as far as that county jail, um, a lot of people were saying they don't think. Well, I've seen people say they don't think in that county jail, if straight drop was just if they was to put him up on the fourth floor, they don't believe people were hurt him. I do. I believe within that jail because it's some crazy. It's crazy people come through that jail. It's a revolving door. I do. I think they're doing good by having them in segregation. But the security just went, like I said, his the security for some reason has just went up, whereas the corrections officers in the green can't go near him. Period. Um, Somebody said, I know damn well they didn't cash out no reward money. How he gonna pick up the money? Did they pick up?
Like the same thing, like when you in lockup, you got certain officers trained for lockup. So when
Mm,
that shift come on, those certain officers only can work lockup.
did they pick up 52 bullet shells from outside of the cookie store? I don't know. I don't know. Straight
Hey,
drop is.
but we know that it was shot from outside because when you look at the crime scene, even on the news, you see the little number coins on the outside in front of Dolph car, right beside Dolph car. You see the little numbers or the little yellow little things on the ground. So those the number where they count the shell cases and number 'em. So we
Straight
know it happened on the outside.
Straight Drop is trying to get a plea deal rather than a jury trial, but now Straight Drop has snitched to only big name and others to avoid. I think a lot of the people around Straight Drop, and I think feel like Straight Drop won't snitch. You think a young man that's 23 years old is willing to that has a daughter is willing to go away for the rest of his life just because he don't want the jacket of not snitching and not cooperate so that he can at least get out, at some time in his life. It's going to be later in his life, but at least he'll be able to get out. You think he's willing to take that opportunity, take that chance? I don't know. I don't know if I think he is. Hold on.
You got some
Hello.
people. You got some people that will, and just like I said, knowing his background, knowing that he always, this ain't his first time. He know the system because he always in the system, and he know how it work. I don't think he gonna talk.
Okay. Hello there, Becky.
Hey, good evening.
Good evening.
I've been in the chat for a while, so I just
Uh
figured
huh.
out.
Okay. Um. So, did you have any you wanted to comment on what we've been talking about?
Um, I was wondering if they took the security up because he's on suicide watch.
I don't know. The person that I talked to didn't say that. Um, they didn't say that, but I'll ask that because the only thing that I got out of that was, I mean, it's weird that nobody can go near him other than special ops and the chiefs.
Hey,
Nobody.
the reason why he on suicide, reason why like anybody who commit, like anybody who get locked up for a murder charge or attempted murder, they got to go through suicide watch for the first 2 weeks to make sure you don't want to kill yourself or want to injure nobody else before they put you in general population to make sure you're in the right state of mind. So anybody who get locked up for murder, they got to go through suicide watch. They put you in a little green turtle suit or whatever, and for at least 2 weeks for you to get mentally evaluated before they put you in the population or put you in a housing unit. Period.
Hmm. Um, Kobe says the feds have phone records of the Cookie Monster talking to Dolph's killer. Which person are you talking about, Kobe? You so behind on the text, sweetie, but we're glad you're reading them. Yes, I am. Wow, I hope they get everyone that thought about hurting that man. Yeah, I think, like I said, I know a lot of people want justice for Dolph, and those people are on their job. They are. I I I I just know that they are. What about you, Becky? What you think?
That was actually my comment, and I hope that every single person that had any thoughts of putting the plan together is brought to justice. I do.
Mhm.
It's sad. It's I'm kind of like you. It makes me mad when I think about it, and not just for Dolph, but for any person out here that's just staying out of the way and trying to be helpful, and just to think that there's evil hearts that could plot against anybody like that is just very sad.
So, what in your heart? What do you think happened?
Oh, I
And you
really
don't have
don't.
to. Yeah, you don't
I
have to say names.
I honestly I don't know. I look at different sites, different blogs. I listen to the news, and when I compile it all in my mind, it just looks like many people um conspired against him for personal gain. That's what I see.
Mm-hmm. What do you think, Money Man?
Um, ain't no telling what it could have been. 9 times out of 10, you know, with his reputation, maybe it could have been, you know, people thought he was in the way with the plug or somebody, and was cutting off their money or whatever because he had the blocks on, had the streets on lock or whatever. You know, it could have been anything. I mean, I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's hard too when you're really not from a place. I've moved around quite a bit with the military. And when you're not from a place, it doesn't matter what you do when you get there, how good you are, how wonderful you are to people. You're gonna always not be from there, and you'll come against some of that. I think part of it was because he's really not from Memphis.
Who, Dolph?
Hmm. He's
Mm-hmm.
from Chicago, right?
Yeah, he came to Chicago. He moved from Chicago when he was 2 years old. Yeah.
But all of his family is in Chicago. So when he um
His dad
visit,
is his dad is from Memphis.
okay.
Yeah, his dad's side of the family is from Memphis. I think his mother's side of the family is from Chicago. Refuse to lose BTS. But I have to say that you see people from everywhere. Uh, you see people from everywhere, represented for him. You know, first shot death came from the inside. I don't know about that. People are you know, I think a lot of people want to point the finger at that cookie shop. I don't know. But Doc Brother went to Family Dollar to get cigars. I think when he walked back up, the shooting already happened. Hmm. So Trigger Trey may have shot first. It was 22 to the chest, one to the neck. I think we lost Miss I think we lost Becky. So Trigger Trey may have shot first. It was 22 to the chest, one to the neck. Absolutely. Raven a big liar. Oh Lord. At the
See,
end of the day.
all these is what the blog, what they getting from the bloggers. At the end of the day, if everybody on there saying him, you don't think the police been heard it was him, and he'd at least got detained for at least 72 hours to get questioned. You ain't never heard nothing about that. So that's why, you know, the police got the footage inside that store. If I believe if those people had something to do with it, Makitas had something to do with it, they'd have been in jail by now.
Hmm. I think so too.
I believe those people are really innocent.
I don't believe anything Raven says. She lied a million times. Yuri Williams, absolutely. If a camera off, there is no footage. Rico
But the
Clemens
prosecutor said on the news that they had the footage when they first got their first appearance in court.
sure did, and the reporter asks, "What's on the footage?" He says, "We can't tell you that." He did say that. I think they need to look at Makita's closer.
So
I'm
I
sure.
think I think Makitas is, I believe those people are innocent because they looked at that footage and the feds looked at that footage. If anything was wrong in that footage, they'd have been in jail by now.
Hello, Val.
Hi,
You
how
doing
you
okay?
doing?
I'm doing good.
Yeah, wasn't you on a show like a couple of weeks ago? I know your voice.
I do have a TV show. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Well, hi, how are you doing?
Great. How about you?
Good. I just want to join in your conversation. I like the way you speak and
Thank you.
everything be like professional and everyone's just speaking their opinion on your channel. I like it.
Well, that's the way I want it to be. I want people to be able to speak because everybody has difference of, difference of opinions. Um, Everybody is complete, and that's because a lot of the blanks have not been filled into, and so everybody is curious. You know what I'm saying? So it's cool for everybody
Mhm.
to have their own opinion. It ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yes. Do
Um,
you live in Memphis?
I
Is that
do.
where you?
I,
Okay.
hmm
Wasn't you saying on your show that you went to the cookie shop and you walked to the back and you walked on the side? Was that you?
No, that wasn't me.
Oh, okay. I thought that was you. Okay.
No.
Okay.
I
But yes,
you, yeah,
to
you
join
probably
your to join
yeah.
your sorry about that. To join your conversation, I don't there's something about Raven to me. I don't believe that the cookie shop set him up, but I think the cookie shop knows. I think they know something, but they're trying to act like they don't know. I think Raven knows something. She's a little weird to me.
No, you probably heard me say earlier that I've been to the cookie shop. I live in Memphis, so I've gone in there
Yeah.
a couple of times and got some cookies, but I don't know
Yeah.
anything about walking to the back and
No, that wasn't you. That wasn't you. I was
oh,
trying to no, it was the other woman's show. You wasn't the person I was watched the show. This is a different woman.
oh, okay.
Yeah, I thought it was you, but no, it's not. It's not you.
Oh, okay.
No. This is the first time I've come to your show tonight.
Oh, well, welcome. So,
Thank you.
in your opinion, you've been following the case, right? I'm sure. So,
Yes. Yeah.
so what do you think? Why do you think that he was, and just in your opinion, why do you think that they did what they did to him?
Mm, I really think jealousy. I really think jealousy is like the number one. I wouldn't say money because everyone seems like they're kind of broke, like they didn't get anything out of it. I think it's just like a motive behind jealousy. You know how someone can hate you so much that they just don't want you to be living, you
Hmm.
know? People
Yeah.
are like that. Yes. And they'll just hate you and then they just want to see you dead. And I don't think it's anything that Doc did. I just think there was just some people that just didn't want to see him make it. Like, like he already made it, but people just didn't want to see him do good and continue to do the good things he was doing. That's how I feel.
Yeah, that was a part of Maurice Hill seems suspect. You know what? I think a lot of people with Maurice Hill, I don't give a lot of credence to what he told um the reporters because he wouldn't be able to give them any vital information. And that's what a lot of people don't
Hmm.
understand. You know,
Right,
that's what a lot of people don't understand. So I don't know.
right.
You Williams, I heard they found 70 pounds in the cookie shop. I haven't heard that.
I
I'm not
haven't heard
sure.
that either. I haven't heard that.
She
But
said,
the thing that I don't, sorry to cut you off a little bit, but what I don't understand is how does Raven not know her dad's voice? How does she say her dad was saying, "Stay with me, doll, stay with me, doll," and then she's gonna change her story and say, "No, that wasn't her dad." How do you not know your dad's voice?
see, I
That's
haven't
the
seen.
part. That's the part that always keeps coming back to my mind when I think about the Dolph case. Her saying, "Stay with me, Dolph, stay with." That she said she heard her dad saying that. That's
Mhm.
always comes to my mind. How do you not know your father's voice? And you're 30 something years old. You're not 5, you're not 2, you're 30 some years old. That's how long you've been hearing your dad's voice. Like, how do you not know it?
Right. Well,
That's the part that I don't really understand about it.
And telling you them folks not innocent. No, wait. It's this Rico. Get to catching people. Dolph brother like Desmond. No, Dolph brother killed Desmond. That's why it looked shady. They didn't want to charge him with the murder. Okay.
Who is Desmond?
I think they're saying that somebody in the white Mercedes was hit or something.
The person they said that they got dropped off at the hospital, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
And that person is deceased now.
Right.
Right. So how is it all these shooters, if one shooter is already deceased allegedly, how is it all these shooters still, supposed to be going in custody?
I don't know.
But you know what? One of the shooters I really believe, and I probably shouldn't be saying that, I don't really think it was Straight Drop. I don't think he was one of the shooters. I think he might have been the driver. I think Shundale, I really think him and Cornelius, because they fit the body type. I think those were the two shooters, and Straight Drop was the driver. That's just my opinion, how I feel. I really think that.
Yeah, I always, yeah.
I really think that. I don't think Straight Drop is one of the shooters. No.
You don't think he's one of the shooters?
No. I think he have a good idea. He knew something, had something to do. I really think he was the driver, and Shundale and Cornelius, I think they were the shooters. Because that little skinny one, that fits like Cornelius, that fits him. I think that was him. I'm telling you. I don't think Straight Drop shot him, but I think he was a part of it.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was the driver.
They keep talking about Miss Anita Wilson. So if her son knows something, I'm sure he's going to be a star witness. Don't you all think so?
True. And can I ask you a question about this Anita Wilson? Now, this is someone's mother, correct? Like this is someone's mother that got killed in
Right.
Covington? Okay. Now, did the son have any ties with any of those guys? Did he know them?
Supposedly, now allegedly, someone is saying, I've heard people say that, and according to some of the people that I guess he's on Instagram, he was actually allegedly, they had recruited him to be a hitter in this young dog's murder. And his mother, I guess that would be Anita Wilson, talked him out of doing it. And according to them, they took offense to that. Somebody got mad because, of course, now he knows what their plot is. So I guess their plan was to go and take him out, but instead it was his mother that was in the car or something.
Oh, okay. That's why I was wondering, how did someone's mother, get involved in this type of stuff? Like, how did someone's mother get killed off behind these things? Because these are youngsters, these guys are youngsters to me. They're like in their 20s, early 20s. And that's why I was wondering, how did someone's mother get killed behind all this stuff that these youngsters are plotting out? So then that makes sense. The mother knew too much, so they like you said, they was going to take the son out, but they took the mom out because she was there. They thought it was the son, but it ended up being the mom, so they took her out.
So
Sorry.
Whoever it was, they was watching the mama the whole night. Because how they knew she was at that football game and how she was know they was she was on that particular street walking.
Right. Mm-hmm. And this is just allegedly, the boy probably told his mama what they, like she said, the boy told his mama and his mama talked him out of it. He probably went back and said, nah, I told my mom about it and she told me not to do it. They probably put the hit on the mom because the mom knew. And once this stuff went down, the mom was going to tell. If the boy wasn't going to tell, the mama was definitely, people's mothers is definitely going to tell.
Yeah.
Definitely. So I think that's what it was. The mom was going to be a witness. She was going to be able to tell, and it was like, let's take her out.
So now I think that I think that the young man is going to be a witness. He will probably be a witness now because they took his mother out. Why wouldn't he?
I
Mm-hmm.
believe they would have got him too, is because when it come down to stuff like that, you can't trust nobody. If I commit a crime, like if I told, if you got some people it's discreet mentality that I don't give a care how close of a homeboy you are to me. If I don't let you know about something and told you and recruited you to come help me and you ain't with it or whatever, you got to go because it's better off you than me.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, cause ain't no telling, cause homeboys snitch on homeboys every day.
Right.
A straight drop is born every day. It start with family. Oh my God, that's a true statement. All day, every day. It is. It starts with family. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
People are. I keep saying people are going to have to let their children know that they're better than. Um, they're worth more than being somebody's hitman. And here's the thing: if people are such hitters, why do they have to hire people to go and do their work? They understand what can happen, and see that's why I know that's how they ruin these younger young men who's looking for validation. They can't go do it themselves because their life is too important to them. They don't want to get caught up, and when it trickles down, it a lot of times they fix it where it can't lead back to them. They want somebody taken out, but they too coward to go do it themselves. Their life is too important to them, but your life ain't worth nothing to them. You see what I'm talking about? Your life ain't nothing. So I'll pay you dimes on the dollar to go and do the hit because I can't go to jail for this, or I'm too coward to do it. And that's
Right.
what kids don't think about.
Yeah.
I think
But
they're
it goes to show you what type of family Straight Drop has, Justin Johnson. It goes to show you what type of family he has because his family is not trying to help him out. And it goes to show you his character too. His family knows, you know, they know he has a history of doing things like this. They're like, no, you know how your family kind of throws their hands up and like, we're done. I think that happened to not just right now, but I think that has happened to him already prior to this Dolph case. I think his family just know that he's a flunky and they're done with them. I'm telling you. You see, the other boy's family went and got him an attorney, a lawyer. I'm sorry, they went and got him a lawyer. And but no one for Straight Drop. No one has come through. No one.
No, that's why I say I don't see why Straight Drop would sit in there and not say anything because he's been left out to dry. You see what I
And
mean?
probably because he knows if he tells and he get out, oh no, that boy is not gonna live. You know how Memphis and everywhere
That's
go. I
why a
I,
lot of
I
people.
say, huh?
That's why a
Sorry.
lot of people saying, straight drop, telling or whatever. Like for facts that I know he ain't telling because when he went to court with his attorney, he pled not guilty. If he was telling, he'd have pled guilty.
Right. And he would have took that deal. You got to
But
plead guilty to take the deal.
yeah, so he pled not guilty. So he ain't talking.
hmm No, he's gonna write it out. And if he didn't do it, it's sad because he's gonna get that. He's gonna get that charge. And it's sad because he's so young too. His life is just over. So it's
And
like, which way does he go?
another
Which
thing
way does
is,
he? But which way does he go? If he tell and he get out, he gonna get killed. You know that. And
listen,
if he don't tell, they gonna put the charge on him. You know this.
he got a better possibility beating the case if he keep his mouth closed, because murder cases are the easiest cases to beat.
Okay. Well, let me ask you
Right.
something.
Mhm.
Man, what do you think about these and I don't know how old you are, but what do you think about these older men sending out troubled men like Straight Drop to go and commit hits and pushing them and encouraging them to destroy their lives. What do you think about that?
I mean, at the end of the day, everybody chose their own lifestyle. So those type of guys, 9 times out of 10, they still gang banging, and they probably high in authority or high in rank. So when they call out something or whatever, it's for their personal gain as well. So at the end of the day, we can't be mad at the young guys that's doing it, because at the end of the day, that's they
Saying
si-
his friends ran off with the money. Sorry.
that's what they signed up for.
You, that's what who's, but I'm talking about, okay. So you're saying that's what the older people signed up for, or are you talking about the younger, these young boys?
These young guys, that's what they signed up for when they want to get down with gangs, and they know what come behind it, but they still want to do it anyway. And and just the lifestyle they chose.
But they're
But what
children.
she,
But what I'm
yeah, what
saying
she's
is
trying to say, the
they're
younger
children.
ones, yeah, the people they're setting examples for. What do you think about those people?
The
Correct?
people that the people they are setting examples for.
Yeah, like the younger generation underneath them, like their nephews, their cousins, like that. The younger generation, the younger kids right now that's looking up to straight dropping them. What do you think about that?
Um, I can't answer that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What do you think about? Because like I said, that's what I was saying to you. I don't know your age, but I know you sound like you might be older than straight dropping them. What do you think about these older type men that are these older men that these young boys might look up to because they're looking for validation? You talk about they go get into gangs. These are young boys that are they're impressionable and they're easily influenced. What do you think about these men that are older than them that encourage them to go out and be crash dummies when they know that these young boys are troubled and come from troubled homes? What do you think about that as a black man yourself?
I think it's sad. I think it's sad, but at the end of the day, we know it ain't gonna stop. It ain't gonna, it won't never end, because it's history behind, or what they banging behind is it's history behind it. And you got kids, when they grow up, their dad was whatever they was, and when their kids get old enough, they want to join these things too. It's generational.
So as a black man, what do you think is going to happen? Because I like to ask the black men, because the black men are supposed to be the leaders.
To
They
be
are.
honest with to be honest with you, I don't think it can. I don't think it can. I don't think it can never stop or whatever, unless all the ones that's in power, in authority over these gangs and these organizations, come together and say, "Hey, man, let's tell these people to let's put the guns down." And 9 out of 10, that ain't gonna happen. They're just like going to the white community and saying, "Hey, can y'all stop recruiting y'all kids to KKK or whatever, or white supremacists?" Which that ain't gonna stop, because they got history behind it. Their kids grow up and want to be these things, be a part of these organizations. So, I don't think it's gonna ever stop.
Hmm. Let's see, but it was the street. Straight drop homie ran off with 100K. Oh wow, they think straight drops homie ran off with a 100K teasy. Unbelievable. Gotti is the
What?
main, Gotti is the main reason he's dead.
I don't think Yo Gotti had nothing to do with that. I'm sorry. I'm 100% Dolph fan, and I'm from Mississippi, but I don't live in Mississippi. I live in California, but I don't think Gotti had nothing to do with that. Mm-mm. That's them dudes doing that. They did that because they wanted to do that.
Hmm.
Because if somebody like Yo Gotti paid me to do something, don't you know, I would have had me an attorney. He would have got me an attorney because he would have been scared. I would have brought his name into it. Just the paranoia of people, how people really are paranoid. Like, nah, he
This
didn't
is
do
like
that shit. He didn't
Tamara.
do that shit.
you know, 60 years from now, you still gonna be having game banging. It will
So
never stop.
y'all
Did you
don't
guys
know.
see the picture? Did you see the picture with Straight Drop and Dolph that he posted on his damn social media? And he put the caption like, I wish I could. He goes, I just want to scratch my face out the picture. Like him and Dolph got into it about something. This was a personal thing, you know? This is a personal thing. That's how I say Justin Johnson is involved, because why would you post that why would you post that disrespectful picture talking about you just want to scratch your face out the picture, and he was talking about how people are fake and stuff, gesturing towards young Dolph, and it's like, like this was around the time that he got killed. So he kind of like, and then he posted the video of him, the video in front of one of Dolph's houses, because I know he has a lot. But it's just like you're just putting yourself into this case because you're posting this stuff. Had you been quiet and sat down, you probably would have, kind of try to stay out of it as long as you could have. But when people start posting their stuff and putting their stuff into it, it's like, you don't think that makes people like kind of like go check it out? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys see any of the stuff that I'm talking about, or?
No.
Okay.
Okay, I just noticed I got some more people backstage, so I want to thank you all for coming up. Let me let some more people up, okay, you guys?
Okay,
All
thank
right.
you.
All right,
All right.
thank you guys. Hello.
Hey, lady, how you doing?
Great. How about yourself?
I'm doing awesome. I'm just now catching on to your channel, but it was in my feed, but I started to listen to what you guys were saying, and I was like, I wanted to chime in on this. First off, I'm 42 years old, and I grew up in a kind of an area, a lot of gang activity and stuff was going on, and one of the things, and now mind you, I was around it, but I never had to join it because I always stayed true to myself. And that's the thing that I wanted to really, speak on is the need for those that conspire to that type of mindset and that way of life, the validation that they are looking for based on what is common around them.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like when nowadays a lot of the youth, black youth, are seeking for validation in ways that are more toxic than it is, worth the time and the energy that to put into what it is that they're looking to be validated for. The streets have such a alpha male-ish, kind of, substance that it's like that is like the epitome to some black men, that especially those that are conspire to that type of way of life. It's like they feel validated by being that tough guy, by even being portraying that type of image. So when they go to particular places, especially when they made a name for themselves, they feel as if that's the thing. That is a place that they should be reaching, like a height in life. At the level that they're at. But it's just their mentality don't understand like what they're investing their time in. It has no true value in the end. So how they say the end justify the means. They don't know the end. They don't really think about the ending of it all, as far as what come about their actions and stuff, until they find themselves in trouble because of what they've done.
Right.
When the law sit them down, they catching charges, and then they start to see that all this investment in time that they put into something that really was a total illusion, because none of the people that they were doing it for or looking to be validated by are going to be with them when they find themselves in trouble.
Right.
You see, so it's like it's like for some reason these young black men feel as if they need to go through that stage to be validated. As a black man, or I ain't gonna say black man, but just that alpha male-ish, feeling, and that feeling of validation that an alpha male wants, but it's toxic at the end of the day. So I've taken notice that, like since I was like 16 years old, and then a lot of these guys that do this gang stuff or whatever, they don't even really understand the reality of what gangs were really supposed to have been about in the first place. They done changed the whole name. Like, gangs were really built for protection of their neighborhoods and their areas, their families and stuff like that. But none of these so-called gangsters nowadays are about that. They don't have that mentality. They use it as a platform to destroy each other.
And I gotta read this comment. Mike Jones said this because I gotta read it because he's so on point. He said the federal government is the biggest problem in the world at this point due to the pharmacies, the liquor stores, the guns, because they do put the guns in the neighborhood. And Yuri said something. I'm trying to go back to what Yuri Williams said. He said the problem in Memphis is undiagnosed mental illness. That's so on point. So on point.
You know what? It's amazing. See, now I'm gonna tell you. So September 1st of 2021, I got shot 3 times in Memphis, Tennessee. Thank God I'm still here. I drive 18-wheelers. That's what I'm doing right now. And I had a young black man to get into my truck when I walked away from it, and trying to take stuff out of my truck or whatever. So when I ran up on him, he ran to his personal vehicle, got in it. I ran behind him, and he let his window down and shot at me 5 times and hit me 3. I would have never thought that I would even be a victim of my own kind as far as gun violence was concerned. I always wondered, because of the fact of so many black men, it happens to them, and it's like, it ain't a matter of if in the mind sometimes of a black man nowadays, but when. Not if it's gonna happen, but when it's gonna happen to me, because it's so prominent nowadays in black culture for black men to get shot. I thank God that I made it through my situation, because so many people in Memphis get shot every day and they don't make it. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? But it changed my understanding in my mind about, the way I looked at my own kind. It ain't about color. It's about culture. I'm quoting Denzel Washington. He the one that said that. What I took from that is that you can't base, like, I always have felt comfortable around my own people. I never thought that I would be a victim of my own people, because I come from the era and the area, like, just that whole mindset. I come from it. I done been around it, so I kind of understand it. I had a soft spot for those that come from the street, because I was like, a lot of them didn't have their daddies in their life. You know what I'm saying? They come from their parents. Their mama's probably on drugs or, stuff like that. So the way that they start to bond with those that come from that toxic type of environment, which equals gang, like a gang or whatever. So they either, so they choose the streets to try to find themselves. You know what I'm saying? Because they already come from a toxic environment. So it's like almost like a pattern. If your home is toxic, 9 times out of 10, you're going to try to find something that you almost in a sense feel a part of, but not knowing that you gravitate to the very thing that you're trying to escape from, which is the same toxic environment that's at your home. Mm-hmm. A lot of them, they don't have no means of escape. So it's like I had a soft spot for that, but see, my mind changed about the whole idea about it, my brother's this and that and whatever, because that's the reason why I took for granted that somebody would shoot me, because I was in the wrong mindset. It ain't about color. When you in certain environments and you have a certain practice of mentality, you have to be real careful. That's why they say bad company corrupt good morals. You got to be real careful. You even have to be careful about what you allow your children to be around. Those, those little small things that we take for granted when it comes to black folk. We got to really be careful with it, because our black people not about the street life. You know what I'm saying? You do have some, good natured black people. Our black men ain't about that. But it's so few and far in between nowadays, because it seems as if a lot of the black youth want to be or hold that type of image. So the question now is, what do we do? Like when you were talking about the older men, like myself, what do we do to influence that nature away and steer them away from even being gravitating to that type of mentality? What do we do? And that's the weird question nowadays. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like a disease, and it's like, what is going to be the actual cure? Because it's like it's dominating. Our culture. What do we do? I even think about that a lot myself as a black man. I got two daughters, and I'm just raising them to really know the character of a man and the quality of a man that they won't feel it necessary to gravitate to that tough image of a man or whatever. Like how some women, I was listening to this lady earlier today. She was talking about I don't want no nice man. Or that well, she was basically doing a video saying that how women say that they don't want no man that's nice and stuff like that. She was like, I love having a nice man. See, for some reason, we celebrate all the black culture. I'm say the black culture in the street celebrate that toxic energy. Like, oh, that's a man right there. I want a man like that. That's not a man. That to me, that's a very weak character trait for a black man to gravitate to the street when there's so many other things that you could really, be about that's gonna really last long term. And that's the thing that I'm really more focused on because even myself, with the career that I have, I could have chose to go and be like my peers and those that I was around or whatever, but I was like, that's not who I really am. That's not who I want to be. Like, I want to be able to have a life that has substance and, I'm being able to be productive and not, build stuff for myself that the police could just come and take because of the way that I got it. And, we have to really question the psychological mindset of those that choose that type of lifestyle. Like, it all becomes, like they say, it starts at home. So when you really do an evaluation of a lot of these guys that conspire to that type of way of life, I bet you if you go and look at the way that they was raised, all the stuff that they come out of as far as their home life is concerned, that's what's gonna make the difference. So we gotta start now. We gotta start now with our children because I really feel like these younger folks, I'm gonna say between the ages of 18 and 25, a lot of them that's conspiring to that way of life. I mean, I hate to say it, but it's over with. We don't have a chance with these folks no more. So I appreciate you let me come on your platform, but I really have realized a lot of this stuff, and I mean, we're gonna have to pray for our people, but saying us when everybody be talking about, we need to, black folks need to do this, black folks need to do that. It ain't about color no more. It's about culture. It's about a mentality.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it makes me so, I'm going to tell you something. It makes me so proud because I grew up around strong African-American men and I'm always rooting for African-American men. I am. And it makes me so proud when I see, because the women are always like the cheerleaders. Like we're the models of the home. We set the tone, but we can't take the place of a man. The men are the head, and it makes me so proud when I see African-American men get on here and be firm and also have an agenda. They also, they know where, they know what happened, and they also know what it takes to get back into alignment. So it makes me so proud when I see African-American men come on here and they have a plan, or they know what it's going to take to get our generation back on track. So I want to salute you for coming on here.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate you.
Thank you so much, and drive safely.
Yes, ma'am. God bless y'all.
All right, bye-bye. Be more I really he's a very, you could tell, a very articulate African-American man. I really appreciate him coming on here. I love it when African-American men get on and they talk about what needs to be done. You know what I mean? Because I think as women, we've been left with having to do so much. And I'm not saying that all men have stepped down off of their throne, but it just makes me proud when I see African-American men speak such as that man, because there is a problem. There is a problem. As women, we can sit and we could talk about the problems all day, but it's going to take the African-American men to get back into alignment. Black women need their men. It's good to be a strong African-American woman, because I am a strong. There are a lot of strong African-American women. It don't mean you weak, but Black women need Black men to start stepping back up, and they need to get back into a lot of them, because there are a lot of Black men in their children's lives, but there are a lot more need to get into their children's lives. Therefore, Big Dog won't be able to influence their sons. When Big Dog thinking he started talking about doing a hit, their son is going to know better. And because he's got a strong father at home, his father is going to go have a talk with who they call Big Dog about ever even trying to have a conversation with his son about being a hitman. He going to handle that. As a matter of fact, Big Dog ain't going to have a conversation with a young man that he know has a strong father, because he knows that his father is going to handle that. B More says Shundale is dead. I heard somebody else say that earlier, that they think that he was gone. Lord, baby girl, watch too many channels. First lady, I'm behind my comments, Lord. Some YouTube pages looking for clicks, and the cookie shop has been framed. I can feel it. Too many people believe that nonsense. This is my first time catching your show. You have a cool vibe. Thank you so much, love. Ken Duty, can we ban the cookie shop talk, please? Miss Toya clapping her hands. Shundale is dead. Did I make a mistake and go back up or something? Because I just, okay, details, be more careful. It's killing me. The cookie talk is so non-scientific. They out and free. Shuffle in protective custody. I'm behind on my comments, you guys. I'm sorry. He was gunned down. That's not her biological. But I don't believe nothing she say, though. Shundale in protective custody. Suspect on the loose. So people have mixed feelings about Shundale. Some think that he's in protective custody. Some thinks that he's on the loose. Me personally, I think he's in protective custody, but nobody has told me that. That's just what I think. He must know the whole play from the top to the bottom. That's why I think he is boxed in safely. Okay, baby man. Is he dead or in PC? First lady, she is retired police officer. Cornbread was not a shooter. He's smaller than those photos. Like I keep telling y'all, I think Cornbread been playing chess. Cornbread been playing chess. If, like I said, now all of Cornbread's charges have been, from what I could see, has been associated with this Dolph's case. I saw where Cornbread had a car theft charge disposed of, and they quietly disposed it last month. It was disposed. So I told from the very start, when I was looking at Cornbread, I guess they call Cornelius Cornbread. He just didn't seem. They had him a whole month. He just didn't seem that bothered. And I think a lot of these cans of worms that have been opened up, Cornbread had been helping them with that. Cornbread saying he gonna get his freedom one day. So a lot of this little organized crime that y'all like, okay, I told y'all now. People were sleeping on Cornbread. Cornbread the one and got him but I personally think that the attorney that Cornelius, y'all got me calling the man Cornbread. The attorney that Cornelius has, he's either taking it for low pennies on the dollar, or he is taking it for nothing. Because after this case is over, people gonna know his name, and he's already getting a lot of clients. You see what I mean? So it doesn't matter if they were all together. 901 Chip, and y'all think it's funny. From Memphis. So 4 people was in the car. Is what y'all saying? What if Desmond was the shooter? I haven't heard anybody else say anything about anybody. Nobody has said anything to me about, but I mean, it don't mean it's not true, but nobody has said that to me. She's retired corrections, I thought, but I know that doesn't mean I can't ask about the corruption in MPD. Yeah, First Lady, there is corruption in, yeah, there's corruption in every department, and you have to think about now, because I do want to talk about that. First Lady, are you still in here? Because I'm behind on my comments. I want to talk about that. You talk about, because there's corruption in every department, and you think about now with the police department, and somebody helped me out because they put defund. They was talking about defund. They do this stuff because, y'all, it is a game. The thing about it is we need good police officers. Look at what happened when they sensationalize a white officer every now and again who wrongly shoots down an African American man. Now, those officers need to be dealt with. But we have black on black crime every day, and they are not trying to come up with solutions. So then you start getting these so-called African American leaders. They don't come out unless there's a case that's being sensationalized so that they can get the media coverage. But they ain't going in no back rooms trying to figure out a solution to these black on black crimes. But they want to get the black people emotional when a white officer kills a black man, which is wrong. But as I said, poverty ignites crime. What are these politicians doing? See, as black people, we elect people based on race or name recognition, even though they ain't did nothing in 4 years. And then they go, and I'm not trying to talk against no preacher. Somehow these politicians have learned that they can go to the black community and grease a lot of these crooked preachers' hands. And then the preacher will influence his people to vote again for a politician who's been there 4 years that ain't did nothing. As I always say, it ain't nothing magical about what other communities do. They're not going to consistently vote for a politician that ain't doing nothing for the community. He got 4 years. And if he don't do what he's supposed to do, they're not going to re-elect him. But we won't vote, or we'll constantly re-elect. The good thing about it is the power is in our hand. Now, all this crime is out of control in the black community. Somehow, a lot of these criminals think that they own our communities. Whereas if we put the right people in there, because you think about it, a lot of these pop-up politicians, you have to think about where are they getting, they want to be in power so bad, some people. Sometimes you do see corrupt politicians that will allow some of these criminals with money to fund their campaign. We have to watch stuff like that. But when a politician ain't did nothing in 4 years, we don't need to, in our community, we need to get like the other communities. We don't reelect them. You'll hear politicians say, well, I'm bringing jobs to Memphis. And people get all excited about they bringing Ford to Memphis. They bringing, warehouse jobs to Memphis. And then what they'll do is they'll get you all, oh, well, I'm going to reelect him because he's helping Memphis. And then what they do, they trick people. And I'm sure this happens all across the board, and allow their family members to put temporary services in the warehouse. And then still their temporary services of their family members and friends get the contracts and get all the money, and they pay the black people the pennies on the dollars, to work for the temporary service, to even be able to work in the job. So yeah, but yeah, First Lady, there are bad seeds in every department. There have been officers. I worked for MPD and I worked for the sheriff's office. There are bad seeds in every department. When I worked MPD, there was this sergeant that I was very crazy about, a good guy that got caught up in some corruption, and he went and did some Fed time. He started taking money and was very successful outside of there. That's what I can't understand. But he allowed the power at some point to go to his head. He started taking drug money from drug dealers. So yes, there is corruption in every department, but it's a small percentage. Just because there's a small percentage, I don't let that override what I think about any particular body, because I worked for the police department. I've never been corrupt. So because some of them are, there are some corrupt C's in any job. I'm sure everybody got a job. It doesn't make you corrupt. And real talk with Tamara, you've been skipping all the messages of your Cash App and Facebook link. I've been supporting you. I don't understand why. I listen. I do. I'm sorry. I have not. Let me see. I have not gotten any cash out from you, King Eddie. But I apologize that I've been scared. I'm behind on my messages. I'm behind on my messages. I'm so sorry. I'm getting ready to speed up. I know y'all get mad. Shundale be a black youngster. Kobe, you are terrible. You all, if you all would like to, oh, that's the link. Where the proof Shundale is dead. She wasn't walking. What in the world? The governor going to have to clean up the police for it in Memphis. The Memphis Police Department, the mayor is over the police. He was gunned down at 2:00 Saturday morning. Shundale gave the location of JJ. He being protected. The Fed's not gonna lose him. Don't believe this media. Yeah, I personally believe it. I personally believe that Shundale is being protected. I mean, they could have mistakenly let him out, but when I heard my cousin say, "We haven't received the bolo," we didn't know about that. That seemed weird to me, and so he's an officer in the state of Indiana. His mom went to meet them to let them know her son wasn't gonna go kill anyone. Oh, okay, so it was their mother. Okay. Did they really release the Cookie Monster store video from the day of the shooting? DJ Smooth, you're on point. The feds definitely know what they're doing. Some people trust the gangster before they trust MPD in situations. Just subbed. I like the vibe here. Thank you, love. We all speculating, but don't believe the obvious. I don't think he was dumb enough to go back to Memphis. I don't think he's dumb enough to come back to Memphis either, if he out. My channel. Since you speaking facts, they gotta know they important. Yeah, they gotta know they're important. I'm trying to catch up on, let's see, the feds following Shundale around. You know what? It'd be weird if Shundale got out and he using his phone, that same phone. It's because if he got out, I'm sure he had to call somebody on that phone to come and get him, right? I think Justin grandma made it look like he came from a dysfunctional home. They need to be set down for. They need to be set down to that. Hello. Hello.
Yo,
How you doing?
I'm alright. How you doing?
I'm doing great.
All right. I just got a quick thing to bring up right quick.
Okay.
I was watching this other channel. I think it's called Young Dolph Unsolved, and they got this girl that they had a picture of this young lady, and I looked at it and I followed up on the information, and she's some type of trained tactical officer, and I'm wondering, why do y'all have a trained tactical officer working in the cookie shop? You know what I'm saying? She perfect at hiding weapons and stuff like that. You can look this stuff up on your own. But, I want you to look into that. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, who is this woman? She was sitting out there on the car just looking like the average young lady with some tight jeans on, some Jordans on her feet with the apron on and stuff like that. But I looked at other videos of her, how she know how to conceal a weapon. She's strong as hell like a man, and she's a professional killer. And all this uh this rhetoric going on about, they felt some of the shots came from inside the cookie shop. And I think that that's something that need to be looked into. And I think that they trying to downplay that. And I do believe it is though. Them boys could have something to do with it, but this the way I look at it. I could be wrong, but this the way I look at it. I believe all them three boys that they dealing with, them could be fall guys to keep their officer clear. And I think that there was more of a political move, you know what I'm saying, dealing with Dolph. You know what I'm saying? I really don't think, Straight Drop or not, you know what I'm saying? They might have played their part, but I believe moreover the way that they stepped into it, they was like crisis actors. You know what I'm saying? To where they, oh yeah, we gonna have to make it look like these guys ran up on the cookie shop. They started letting off shots. But when you look at the shop, all the glass is laying on the outside of the store. Wouldn't the trajectory of the bullets send the glass on the inside of the cookie shop versus outside? You see what I'm saying? I mean, you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, to me, that just don't make sense. I got shot twice myself. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? So, bullet trajectory, and I looked at the glass. All that glass is coming out. If you shooting from outside, a lot of that glass is supposed to be in there on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
So, let's look into that female. Look at that video again. Look at that female that's sitting right there with those tight jeans on, with those Jordans on.
And you think she worked for the tactical
Oh
unit?
no, ain't no think. I know she got videos up. I forget her name, but just look at Young Dolph Unsolved. She got videos up to show her training, how she know how to pick up bodies and carry them and move them, and how she can perfectly conceal a weapon and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
well, I'll make sure. I'll look at that. I'll go look at that.
I wish I could put the link in this chat, but look at it's a channel called Young Dolph Unsolved. And that girl, or young lady, I think she like in her like early 30s, maybe 31, 32, professional killer. Why do you have a professional killer in the cookie store?
Mm-hmm.
And,
Well,
and, and, and I see other pictures of her in her full-fledged uniform and everything.
mm-hmm. Well, I'm gonna make sure I look into that. I'm gonna go look at it tonight.
Yeah, do that. And I will most definitely. This is my first time crossing your platform. I'm gonna subscribe and turn my notifications on. And I appreciate you, my sister, for here doing your thing. I will be supporting you from this day forth.
Well, thank you, and God bless you. Thank you for coming through.
Yes, ma'am, my sister. You have a nice night.
All right, bye bye.
All right.
We want to thank the young man for coming up. Yeah, I heard it was her gun. I'm trying to reach y'all comments so y'all won't get mad at me. He said he has it coming. Because when I read certain comments that you all post, I be wanting to read them, and then I won't be wanting to elaborate because I be wanting to talk about everything y'all put on here, and then that's how I get behind on my on the comments. Smith Fall guy. He ain't in the gang. He beat women. Oh Lord have mercy. Okay. Gotti is a Taurus, aka a hater. Oh Lord. Y'all. True, everyone knew if 300 people were picked up. Oh yeah. I'm a Taurus, but no hate though. Is he driving a big rig with no hands? Hey, my big brother, is be blessings to my brother. Won't people speak facts? You ain't never been in no game. Hey, Leonard Simpson. Hello, Valerie Miller. Wearing a blue shirt with loyalty will probably get you shot. Lord have mercy. Yeah, we saw you driving 18 wheeler with no hands. Stop looking at our people so quick to put us down. Who the hell would want to live in Memphis? Memphis is a war zone right now. JT the God, I'm telling you, Memphis is a war zone right now. Used to be a just a good place to live. It is definitely out of control. Welcome to Memphis. These young people think that killing a badge of honor. Yes, indeed, Olga. They think that it's a badge of honor. They really think they're doing something. I wear Blue Royals baseballs shirt, not jersey. And people ask me if I'm a Crip. Lord have mercy. I live in LA, and as far as gunplay, as you can see, it's not much better, I guess. I feel like people too poor over there. That's why you got all those haters in places like Memphis. Yeah. Move to Wyoming. I don't know if they any better in Wyoming, Joe Rogan, JT, the God. They not poor in Memphis. It's just more street shit out there in LA. People are so desensitized and do not value a life. These young kids, First Lady, don't value life at all. They don't care about their own life. I think a lot of them, and I'm not trying to make excuses, I think a lot of them are so bad off that they would, I think that a lot of them, oftentimes, they would prefer to not be here on this earth. Why would you kill the man got putting up for your city? That's what I'm trying to understand, JT the God. Why would they want to do that for him? He's been the main one to do that. Like I said, we've had other artists that have made Memphis completely proud. Early on, like a 3 6 Mafia, people like that. They won an Oscar. So but I can't understand why they would want to, they would let somebody influence them to do that for some chump change. You sound like you know what you're talking about, but you don't, lonely brother. The man rambling. Morals and values. Everyone is focused on money and looks. That's true. They turn it into, yeah, Memphis, it seems like it's turning into the murder capital. And the sad thing about it is when you say stuff like that, a lot of these criminals that's out here committing these acts think it's a badge of honor to say, when people say that, yeah, we turned into the murder capital, they think it's something. They think it's something that they're out there destroying lives as well as their own life. The young people don't even realize that they are not living, they are exist. That's true. I said he was locked in the damn cookie shop. This lady, a police who know Yuri Williams exactly what's going on. My answer to this is nowadays you have to keep our children close and watch what they watch and TV. It's so true. Who is that? Gutter G8. You have to watch. We got to watch our children because they're even putting it in this violence and stuff in these games now. These games that they play. Well, they killed Nipsey out here. And guess what? The dude who killed Nipsey, whole family has gotten blown away. Wow. I didn't know that. I'm getting to all of y'all comments. We need youth centers with protection so us good black men that sometimes from the streets can get the young in groups and we can give them jobs. Even 400 a month would help. That's so true. I think a lot of the children, a lot of this youth, they have idle time. They're either playing these video games that has a lot of violence in it, or something like that. They need to be out working. They need something to do and they can be rewarded. See, a lot of the youth don't even know what it's like to work. That's why they don't have an issue and to earn things, to earn money. They don't have a respect for that. That's why it's so easy for them to go and steal from other people. Young can have to hit licks and stuff just to eat. That's a sad thing. Yeah, I keep saying I can't understand how people can pay somebody for a hit. I can't. Undercover assassin who works for the police and the cookie. Yeah, Slip It Up TV says that he believes that he's in protective custody. I do too. I do too, because when they was looking for Straight Drop, it was a they mentioned Straight Drop all day every day. Train assassins killed young dog. You think those people? Yeah, you think those two people that got out that car were trained assassins? I know, Miss Toy. I'm way behind on comments. I'm about to catch up though. He ran off with Straight Drop money. I keep hearing people say that. Believe a person when they tell you who they are the first time. That's true. He ran off with Straight Drop money. We gotta and give them back to God. That's why we gotta pray and give them back to God. Question, Tamara. Why do you think Jay-Z connected with Gotti? Why do I think Jay-Z connected with Gotti? Because Jay-Z is a businessman. Question, why do you think Jay-Z associates with Gotti? They are worlds apart. Yeah, I think Jay-Z connected with Gotti because he's a businessman. They're both in the industry. I think Gotti is up under Jay-Z's oh God, I don't know why I can't think of it. Not his label. I don't think I was listening. I saw an interview Gotti did. He said he's not on a part of Jay-Z's label. He's up under Jay-Z's management company. MPD killed Dolph. Oh Lord. Can we change the message in the absolutely DJ Smooth? Because if you think about it, just like y'all, management. Yeah, management can do it. I caught up on the comments. Ain't that good? Okay, y'all. I just dropped the link again. I'm glad I caught up on the comments. For those of you all that are just coming to the room, please like and subscribe to the channel, like the video, and of course, if you would like to, if you all would like to donate to the channel, that's my Cash App up there. But yeah, you all, I think it's going to be interesting. Everybody has some interesting points. I think it's going to be interesting when all of this is over. Like I said, me personally, I believe Dolph's spirit is walking around here. Like I was saying, Dolph getting his revenge because they're going to wish they probably had just left Dolph alone, because a lot of this organized crime that is not necessarily a lot of people. How am I trying to put it? People that may not be necessarily connected to the murder, still, I think it's going to open it. Okay, so people that are not connected to the murder, still there has been a can of worms opened, and with people that may have had affiliation. That's what I meant to say, trying to say affiliation to the murderers. I was talking to it. Can I say this? Yeah, I can say this. I told you I have a TV show, right? And it's election season. And I only allow like certain people to come onto my show as far as politicians. That's how, because I could make a whole lot of money, but I just refuse to allow certain politicians to come on here to my audience that I built up on TV to influence them. I won't do it. So there's this lady who's running for something. And should I say that? And she was talking about, she works in an area as it relates to, I don't want to say the name of the area that she works in, but I ended up, she was telling me her position or whatever, because like I said, she's running for something. But right before I got ready to interview her, and I'm not going to say the name of her position. So I said, so you was down there like when they decided on those indictments, and her husband and her children, her husband and kids was around her. And she said, yeah. And her, one of her sons bust out and said, because they was with her in my studio, and it's get ready to be some more people, a whole lot more people indicted in a little while. And she said, be quiet. So but before he even said that, I had already, heard that from, some reliable sources, that it's going to be a lot more indictments. That's why I say the wheels of justice is turning. The wheels of justice is turning, and they're going to wish that they had just left off alone. And I think if when they finish doing whatever they're doing, half of these criminals are going to be off of the street. You know, that's why I said I know Dolph hadn't ascended, because Dolph right down here getting his revenge. Is that DJ Smooth from 305? PD department and officials across the states ain't getting paid shit. So when a street person come up and do and make more, that's when the corrupt state of mind. Because that was happening at New Orleans at one time. I was blown away. At one time, New Orleans Police Department, that's why they was the murder capital at the time. I think their police officers topped out at like $13 or $14. And New Orleans was the murder capital. And they was topping them out at $13 or $14 at one time. What's popping, folks? Hello, Eric Harris. Label versus YT. Can't blackball on YT, so you die. But that's not why Dolph died. Everybody want to control or take what they can't obtain. Shooters take the what and leave the what. Yeah, Dolph is not here right now. One of the reasons is strictly because of it's because of jealousy. And like I've always said, I don't know who tried to knock Dolph off the first couple times, but I do know whoever those people were, and I don't know who they were. Whatever happened on November the 17th, y'all, it's not going to be that far from that. Whoever was in that world that tried to get him before, I think all of this is going to lie in that world, just different play, as far as like players, as far as like shooters. I think that's why he was wanting to get out of the record business, at get out at one time, because and here's another thing that I thought about too. You think about Dolph had said himself that he was just gonna get out of the record business, but he had some of his artists that was cussing him out. People's calling him crying, this, and that, and he had fans, and so he decided that he was going to get back in it, because he wanted to help those young dudes, because Dolph was a millionaire already, that he wanted to help those young dudes that was dependent on him. Now, this is what I thought about also. People are so ignorant. I'm sure because Dolph was probably hesitant, because he said he had just invested $8 million a piece, $8 million a piece in two different businesses that was going to make him a billionaire. So don't you think with these jealous, ignorant Negroes, y'all, the boy Dolph had an Instagram page. Don't y'all think that he probably got some threats through his messenger? Don't y'all think? Because anytime a Negro can be ignorant enough to go live and put money all on top of his head, letting people know that he'll put a bag on somebody. And I'm not saying that that person had anything to do with it, because I don't know. If somebody would go live, because a lot of these people have been allegedly has at some point put some type of mess on social media. I haven't been catching it like some, but you hear people say people have been putting stuff on social media and then deleting it. If they crazy enough to do that, y'all don't think before this young man was gunned down, if they hated him that bad, they weren't crazy enough to send him messages? In that case, messages that have probably already been retrieved. They hated this young man that bad. They understood, and you hear people say, well, he wasn't getting his lick back. They knew that boy when whoever did this and whoever did this before, they understood that that boy did not want to get into a battle, because his artists would start getting taken out. Other, people would start getting taken out. Don't nobody, when they trying to do business, want to get up in that crossfire. So I think that's why there was no, they saw that he didn't want to get into any crossfires when he wasn't retaliating. Because I'm sure he knew who attempted his life 2 times before. And here's the thing: people say, well, he was saying little smart stuff. So rappers have always gotten into it. Okay, they used to battle rap, but it never came to this. It never came to this. Since when do you shoot somebody down because y'all have an argument? Are these people that mentally unstable? Because when people are mentally unstable, they don't need to be supported, because money makes them more dangerous. We don't need them before our children, ruining our kids, which means they don't need to be supported. So I'm talking about in anything, movies, anything. Biggie said it best: your mom was set you hoodie and masked up for the fast boat. I put her name in the chat. Yeah, that was reckless. No threats. A homeless man would have tried, knowing the bag is there. They couldn't carry it all plus the strap. Well, like I said, my thing is, you guys who are just coming in, if you have not liked the video, please like the video, and subscribe to the channel, turn on your notifications. And if anybody would like to support the channel, definitely my Cash App is up there. Like I said, the wheels of justice is turning, you guys. The wheels of justice is turning. I do know that but my hope is, and I think I've been constantly saying this, Cornelius, and I constantly repeat myself on certain things for a reason. Cornelius, the Corneliuses, the Straight Drops, the Shundales, they are limbs, y'all. If they lock them up for the rest of their lives, and I'm sure the Young Dolph's family would want this, but if we don't get the root of the problem, then it's a travesty of justice. The root is the cause, the ones who put the money, the bags up on people's heads. This is the root of the problem. And these are the main ones that need to be taken down. I always maintain that. What time is it? You guys, it is 2:00 in the morning. I want to hang with y'all a little bit longer, but I got to get up and go on a case in the morning at 6:00. I want to thank you all for tuning into my channel. We still 200 strong. We normally be on here until let's see, I got on at 9:45. We normally be on here, y'all, until 6 and 7 o'clock in the morning. No threats, facts. Let's see, Dolph didn't snitch, so they hit him so many times, laughing and taking credit. They done, they done. They just waiting to roll. I'm with you, Ken. They done. Whoever that was, whoever those people were, and they was dead wrong. They knew he did not want to retaliate, so they looked at that as a weakness. The young man didn't retaliate because he didn't want to start no war where his officer, I mean, not his officers, where his artists would be hit in the crossfire and or his family. He had a house. He had bought a house in a suburban area in Atlanta, but his family was still here. That's why that boy was not retaliating. His family was still here, and those people knew that. And then he had a family. He don't want to be in a situation where he have to go away from his children. Y'all see how much he loved them kids. Smith ain't got nothing to do with it. He washed cars. All right, you guys. Like I said, I got to get up. If I didn't have to get up at 6 and go on a case, thank you, Miss Kimberly Woods. Thank you, Mr. Leonard. Like I said, if you all want to support the channel, you could definitely do that. It's 200 strong on here. Y'all have really rocked with me tonight. So for some reason, I want to try to stay on until 3 o'clock. But then that will give me 3 hours to get up. And I definitely got to be on a case. I got to be out of here at 6 in the morning. But I may get back on tomorrow night. But I know I'm definitely going to get on Monday night because hopefully I would have, more information. Good night. See you tomorrow. I need the content of that call. And hopefully Monday I, will have, wait a minute. What's today? I got my days and stuff mixed up. Is today Sunday? My day's been running together, y'all, because I had to get up early this morning. I'm working a case in Mississippi where a man went missing. An African American man went missing after being pulled over by a police department. He been missing for 9 years. They pulled him over and he ain't been seen no more. He was going through one of those little small towns, and I went down there to get some information and stuff from his family and to get some of the paperwork that they have. And it's gonna be interesting to see. Danette, you just getting on? Good night, Shirley James. Let's stay. Okay, y'all want to stay till 3? Okay, we'll stay until, let's see, it's 2 or 3. We'll stay until 3. What, I'm dropping the link. Do anybody else want to get on? Y'all come on and get up here and tell me what y'all think. Good night, Duke. What town? Clarksdale, Mississippi. Valerie, Clarksdale. This is a good time to exit. It was a cool, non-stressful lie. Yeah, I try to keep my lives non-stressful. I cannot, I always say I cannot be out of balance because I feel like being ahead of this channel, if I'm out of balance, that energy would trickle down to the people on my channel. I know spirits transfer. I can't have that on here. I don't want that. I want everybody to have their opinion. Everybody do have their opinion, but like arguing and fussing and fighting and stuff, that keeps me off balance. I can't be off balance. I tell you, Cal and Mitchell just want to keep me on, y'all. So I'm going to recap with Shundale. I'm going to recap for Shundale. He said to stay on to 3. I think we might have to compromise. If don't nobody come up, I'll stay on to 2:30. With Shundale, I'm gonna put my cash app back up here, you guys. Um, like I said, I had gotten a tea on what happened with the marshals. For those of you all who weren't in here earlier, I ended up I thought about I was like I got my the other half of my family lives in the state of Indiana. So I thought about I was like I had an uncle that was a chief of Anderson Police, and now one of my cousins he's the chief is he's retired though, and one of my cousins just got a promotion over there at Indianapolis Police Department. I decided to call him and ask him about Shundale because I was really interested in who dropped the ball, y'all. And I was because I know that it happens, but I was really interested in that. And the first thing my cousin said to me was, he out? You mean they let him out?" I said, "Yeah, they're saying that they mixed the paperwork up." He said, "I wonder why we haven't got a bolo." I was like, "Oh Lord." And so then that's when he got, because see, especially with him supposedly getting out, them letting him out in the state of Indiana, they're going to start sending out bolos everywhere. Be on the lookout. This is a fugitive from justice. We mistakenly let him out, but he's still a fugitive from justice. And he told me, he said, he was telling me that it was in a little small town in Brazil that really no black people lived in, and they were in a hotel. And they got the drop when they was in the hotel. Hello, Chiquita.
Hi, how you doing?
Great. Is it Chiquita or Chiquita?
Chiquita like the banana.
Oh, okay, Chiquita. You must be from Florida because it's a lot of Chiquitas that live in Florida.
No, ma'am, I'm in Memphis and there's a lot of us
Oh,
here too.
well, that's true. I should have known the accent because we definitely got all have the same accents. All
Exactly.
Memphians got the same accents. I promise you.
Yes, ma'am.
Well,
I got
I'm glad
turned on
you
to
are.
your
What you
show.
think about this case?
Well, I think it's crazy for one. I'm gonna be straight up with you on this. I think Shundale gave the location on him
Mm-hmm.
in Straight Drop too.
Mm-hmm.
Because if it's just them two riding, and all of a sudden you leave your hotel room and go to the store and they pull down on you, I mean, who else knew you was at there?
Right.
So I
Absolutely.
think I think he gave the drop, got the money, and now they done figured out that he really played a part.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, I really think they got him in protected custody because they know what they doing.
It's either one or the other. It's either one or the other
Exactly.
because when you make deals with them like that, okay, because his charge was lesser anyways. But when you make
Uh-huh.
deals and they find out you have more to do with it, all bets are off. And if Straight Drop, and this could have happened, which is the reason that they were saying he was depressed. If Straight Drop got an inkling when he was sitting in that jail that Shundale, because I'm sure Shundale knows exactly what happened, that he
Mm-hmm.
crossed him, that may have made him start talking. Because I think it's, at this point, why is it that, of course, I understand why he's segregated. I understand why they got him off in another part. But now security has gone up a little bit more. Nobody can go around him except for the
Are you
black.
serious?
Mm-hmm. Nobody can
Oh,
go around him
wow.
except for the higher ups and the special ops that
Well,
work in.
I feel sorry for him because I has a son around his age. You know what I'm saying? About no one in his family coming out, to try to, hold him down. But then, like another guy said, his family probably, don't wash his hand because of all the things he been doing. But still, my heart goes out to him. Even though he, probably did play a part, but I just feel he was a pawn and those older guys sent him out. And my heart goes out to him.
Mm-hmm. Now, baby maniac says it's crazy because Dolph got caught up, got caught in the middle of a war between young dudes that used to be cool, Double R and truly a mafia ape gang. So you all, so baby maniac, you don't think that you don't feel like it was a pay hit? Y'all be mumbling. No,
I feel I feel it was a paid hit, but it's still between those two games. And I'm not even originally from Memphis, but one of my boys that I got 5 children. One of my boys was born and raised here in Memphis, and by him going to the different schools, he the one put me up on a lot of this stuff that's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what he's saying. It's people, that know people that's involved in everything that's going on. It's a sad day.
It is. It is. It's a sad day.
For us black people as a whole, it's a very sad day.
Well, I don't know what I hate that this situation happened as far as young Dolph and his family, but
Exactly.
at the same time, his fans and friends and stuff like that. But on the other side of that, I think it's going to end up as far as Memphians being a blessing in the end. And when I say that, I'm talking about when they finish tying up everything. I feel that a lot of these people that has been committing these crimes and this organized crime and stuff is going to be off of the streets for a very, very long time.
But it'll be a good thing for the city as a whole.
Yes, it will. Yes, it will. Well, I want to
Well,
thank you. I sure thank you for. Is this your first time on?
yes, ma'am, calling in onto your show. I think I'd have been on like another one, but I'm
Mhm.
usually getting off work over in the morning and I catch the shows around this time.
Okay.
But I was listening to Miss Lowdown and she told us to go and check you out. And I mean, your show is it's just a calm spirit over here. So I think you got somebody that's gonna stay with you.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Make sure if you haven't subscribed, please do and turn on your notifications.
I have.
I truly thank you for your support. And we got to raise the roof on Memphis. I'm so happy to have another Memphian to come up. Thank you so
Exactly.
much. Thank you so much.
I appreciate you having me. And if you get off now, that's fine. I understand you said you got to get up and take care of some business, but I got you on your notification on all. So whenever you go live, whatever you're doing, I catch you.
Okay, hon. Thank you so much.
Good night.
Good night. Okay, they said, okay. So Duke, is that Meister? I'm gonna stay on to like 2:30, okay? Duke Meister says, it's whole city vacant in Indiana. Duke, are you talking about Brazil, Indiana? Brazil. They was in Brazil, Indiana, and like and another thing that when they was separated, for those of you who all are just coming on, um, like I said, I had gotten the tea on what had happened right before they was arrested, right before the marshals got them right. The marshals had gotten a drop. The authorities had gotten a drop that they was in Brazil at this hotel, Brazil, Indiana, and um so the marshals waited for them to leave the hotel. They went up the street to a I guess it was a truck stop gas station, and that's when they got them. So that's why I always felt like Shundale gave a drop. I always felt like that. And when they were separated, of course, one of them said that they was on their way to St. Louis. The other one said that they was on their way to Kansas. So that's strange. All the lies and covering up. Pooh Shiesty got saved. I've heard people say, but you know, is Pooh Shiesty a Memphian? Is he a rapper? Straight Drop didn't like the fact that Key Glock and the pre members were doing music and hanging with Double R members. like Scar and signing some of them. So they got mad. So you all are saying that they got mad and took him out because label heads signed talent. Thank you, Leonard. Thank you for the super sticker. I really appreciate that, Leonard. Thank you so much. Why the day though? They could have been hired a pro for less. Let me go back to that. They could have hired a pro for less. It's about the bag, and they thought, why not get paid for something they would do for free? Absolutely. They was paid. Okay, still here, sis. Okay, I'm glad you're still here. I feel Shundale told it. I feel like Shundale told it too. Because like I said, nobody in Indiana would have been looking for them. They would not have even noticed them. 8 years he needs to sit down. Pooh Shiesty. Ain't nobody getting witness protection unless it's a bigger fish to fry. Mm-hmm. Look at the crime scene footage, and you would notice that they had to unlock the door to retrieve young Dolph's body. I'm sure now, or it could have been added. I'm trying to pronounce your name. A T-bone. It could have been that when that situation happened, they locked the door to make sure that, because as you noticed, there was a crowd that had started gathering because that was Young Dolph. That was the area he grew up in. Everybody knew his car. So when they heard those shots and they knew that it came from the cookie shop, y'all saw how big that crowd was out there. I think that's why they locked the door to make sure nobody come in, because people will walk in. That's Young Dolph killed. They'll try to walk in the cookie shop, stand over him and take pictures. So I don't see anything wrong with them locking the door to make sure nobody else came in because it was a crime scene. Straight Drop was mad because some of the okay, let me see. Not too far. It's a federal halfway house up there. It's in the middle of nowhere. Trust me, vacant whole city. Wait a minute. Trust me, vacant whole cities. Not a residential or address out there. Wow. It's not a residential or address out there. I tell you, I find it weird. My cousin did say, and he said, one said that they was on their way to Kansas. The other one said they was on their way to St. Louis. But my cousin did say that some of the officers felt for some, but it wasn't the marshals or nothing, but some of the officers felt that somehow they was trying to make their way some kind of way to Illinois. I don't know how far. I don't know how far Illinois is from Brazil, but they was on 70. Leonard, right on, brother. Someone explained the glass outside. The door was locked. I'm telling you, sis. I'm sure it was locked. I'm sure after that happened, they had to lock it. Lock the door, secure the bag. Why would you lock the door to a cookie shop from retrieving young Dolph's body when the windows are already shut or shot out and you can just walk through the window? Well, yeah. No, the door was locked from the buzzer, sis. Okay, it was locked from the buzzer. I'm telling you, they said the grass was tall out there. Wrong turn was made off 70. Now I know Illinois is the neighboring states to Indiana, but I don't know. I personally don't think that they would have been going to Illinois. Because you think about Illinois, I think this, like the police officers and people like that, they're I don't know, I guess security consciousness is heightened. I just don't think that they, they might have been, they would have did better. Nobody would have ever been, I don't think anybody would have ever been looking for straight drop in no Kansas City. St. Louis is a city, is more of a common city. People go there. Like you don't really hear of people saying they're going to vacation in Kansas City. It was locked from the buzzer. Why can't we see the police using keys to unlock the door? Okay, well, I didn't see it, but okay. Doc was too smart, so it couldn't be a simple hit. Because no one was inside to buzz it open. So I'm getting ready to drop the link. Let me ask you all something. Who do you all think dropped the location on Dolph? Do you think that they just happened to see him, or do you all think that somebody dropped the location on him? Because they was what I meant, do you all think they was following him around? Because they was dressed, they came, if you look at their clothes, they look more uniformed as far as what they had on. Looks like to me, if I'm remembering correctly, they had on the same thing. So they came ready. They had on the exact same thing. Yep, it looks like they had on the exact same clothing. So that's what makes me think, those people came, so what do y'all think? Let's see, the cookie people. Y'all think the cookie people gave Calvin's Mitchell think the cooking people gave the location. He had been there once that morning. Okay, I didn't know he had been there once that morning. They were playing twins. Trust me, nothing only state workers know it there, but you gotta pass old empty towns to get to Middleware. The income live Gary, Indiana. Okay, so Gary, Indiana is over that way. So Columbus, Ohio. Is it Columbus, Ohio? Chicago, but you got to go through nowhere to get there. Okay. Okay. My cousin did say that some of the officers, they're all, not the marshals, felt like for some reason that they was trying to make their way to Illinois. I don't know why, but they gave, like I said, one said they was on their way to Kansas, the other said they was on their way to St. Louis. They both telling lies, because I don't think they would have told the marshals where they were really going. Is it just me, or do I feel the energy of someone avoiding the possibility of a police officer being involved? And while she was even there, is a trained assassin baking cookies supposedly? The only thing I could say is I hope not. I mean, if it was, if she a trained assassin, I hope they get her. I sure do. If she's a trained assassin, I hope them folks get her. They need to take her right on down. We don't need no trained assassins working in no cookie shop. You sure right. Chill with the big words. Terry Hall is on the Illinois line. Okay. So that's why they said that. Terry Hall is on the Illinois line. So that's why my cousin said that they felt like they was trying to make their way to Illinois. Because truth be told, they gave two different stories of where they were going, but I don't think they would tell the truth of where they was going anyways. I don't. As a gun fan, I ain't know why. Ain't no way all the glass would have been on the inside. I mean, been on the outside if shot from the inside. Hmm. Bellwood, Illinois, in this bitch. Oh, okay, you in Benton. Okay. So no cap, were they over there close to you? Over there close to your Brandy Young is her Instagram name. Okay, I'm gonna go look at that. For those of you that have just come into the room, if you have not subscribed to the channel, please subscribe to the channel. Um, turn on your notification button. Also like this video. Please get the likes up if you don't mind. I would truly appreciate that if you would like the video. It's 200 of you in here. I surely appreciate you guys so much. Also, if you would like to support the channel, you can definitely support the channel. I have my Cash App up. If you all would like to support this channel. So y'all tell me what are you, and here's the thing, y'all can be so addictive because I messed around and made me some coffee. And I'm gonna be like a zombie. So I think that Shundale dropped the location. I just do. And I really believe Shundale is in protective custody. I do. I think he is in protective custody. I could be wrong. I just don't see people making a big deal about it. Okay. I just don't see people really making a big deal about it. There is another I can't think of the name of the other vlogger. And from his accent, he's from New Orleans. Um, but I did see where he was one of the first ones to bring up Shundale being missing on here. Just from what I can see. I can't think of his name, but he has a New Orleans accent. I know the New Orleans accent because I got some friends that lives in New Orleans. They got a very distinct accent. They was right there, right seeing that earlier in the week for Young Dolph Unsolved. Okay. Shundale probably dead. Who is that? Rashad. I'm telling you, Rashad. There have been quite a few people around this area. I'm not, I'm just talking about like citizens to say that they think that if they let him out like that, he's definitely. But if they feel like he is one of them, why would they want to? Do y'all think that they would do something to him? A straight drop don't move like a killer to me. I'm gonna tell you something. There's a young man who used to be a leader. He used to be involved in gang activities. He changed his life around, and now he is oh god, he is an activist. When I first told him, I think Straight Drop is going to end up getting arrested from what I'm hearing. The first thing he said to me was, his name is Justin Johnson. And I'm going to tell you right now, that young man ain't on nothing like that. He's been through hell. He's looking for something like he said, I have had conversation with him. I'm telling you now, he's not like, he ain't on that. So, you know, I don't know if he had a lot of hope for Straight Drop, or I don't know. Three fall guys for officers. Smooth getaway number. MPD. Too many loose ends. Yeah, I changed my life, so I can relate. Yeah, I love it when I see, and I keep saying this because I feel like African American men are endangered, are a endangered species at this point. You know, it always makes me happy when I see African American men change their lives around. Because even though you see a lot of women doing it on their own, whether they want to say it or not, it makes a woman feel good when she has a strong man there to say, baby, I got that. So men are definitely needed and not necessarily in the street. You know, I just hate the way, you know, I understand what has been engineered, you know. I understand what has. And I truly hate that at this point, even though there's a lot of information out there, more people are not getting involved to save our youth. They was laid to the bag and got caught. Oh, you have to wake up for your family. Absolutely. You definitely have to wake up for your family. You do, and that's what I can't understand. You got men out here that put other men before they put their family. They out here putting themselves in situations that's going to take them away from their children to prove their loyalty to other men. They love these men more than they love their own mother. And then when something happens to them, they come and they pour stuff on your grave, drink beer or whatever it is they pour on your grave, but they ain't gave your mother not a dollar to bury you. They ain't even got enough love to even bury you, you know, to even help with your burial. So, okay, you guys, it is 2:30. I'm gonna have to get off of here. Y'all hung in here with me tonight. I gotta go out on a case in the morning. But I want to thank you guys so much for getting on here with me tonight. Um, I may get on tomorrow night if I talked to my cousin and he came up with something else. But my cousin hooked me up because I'm gonna call somebody Monday and see what kind of information I can get. And but I may get on tomorrow. It's not about people being involved. We grown individuals. I'll never let another MF dictate my life. So if the love ain't mutual, then you out of here. Absolutely. All right, you guys. I'm going to get off of here because I gotta go. I gotta be up in the morning really early. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys so much. I truly appreciate you. For those of you that's got to get up in the morning, for those of you that's getting ready to go to sleep, I pray peace over your life. And for those who have to get up and go to work in the morning, I ask that you ask God to go before you. And thank you all for getting on my live. Talk to you tomorrow.